Be an exciting race here as we start getting into the weekend action. That's the first session gone. A lot more coming up here live on Kart Chaser.
Extremely well. All right, ready, Amber? All right. What the hell? What a mess. Oh, it's too loud? Oh, sorry. You can turn these down. Is it too loud in your ears, Ron John? Oh, yeah. So we got these knobs right here. We can turn these down as much as we want.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. So your knob is the second one from the left. You just adjust that where you want. I should have told you guys. Yo.
So once again, welcome to sunny St. Petersburg, Florida for the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. What a beautiful day for action here. We had a little bit of rain in the forecast, ultimately not coming to fruition here today, which is nice for us. It's gorgeous weather here, Ron John, to say the least. Obviously qualifying for the very first group just all wrapped up here as we are live on Kart Chaser as well as live through the paddock here on the PA and all around the world. Ready to kick off the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour this weekend. One qualifying session in the books, the second stop of the 2023 Pro National season. And we've got go-karts headed onto the racetrack here for our second group in total, your VLR Senior class, featuring a couple of young rookies just making their way up into the division here for this year, including 2022 Florida Winter Tour VLR Jr champion Elio Meza, and that Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart making his VLR Senior debut. Here he comes down the front straightaway here to start lap number one, and the Iron Rock silver, red, and black arrow will make its way through the first corner. One of the bumpiest corners that we go to on the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour circuit, as well as really the entire 2023 Pro National season, of how rough it is down in the first corner here. It's one thing that, of course, is a huge thing about this street parking lot racing, is just how, kind of unpredictable the track can be. The ROK Cup crew is doing a lot of more adjustments overnight to try and smooth the surface out, but you kind of have what you have at the end of the day. Everyone's got to work with the same piece of pavement.
Exactly, and that's exactly what I've heard from the drivers. I'm not the only one out there on the track, and so that means I'm not the only one having to deal with it. So again, Elio Meza out there right now, 38.340. First lap by. And Gratian Rosetson. Gratian now in that first spot, 38.036. Again, just getting underway. Our VLR seniors.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on the times as they make their way on through the back section. Here comes Elio Meza out of the final corner. He'll come down the front straightaway, headed towards turn number one, all by his lonesome. We apologize to the viewers back home for missing a little bit of that VLR Jr qualifying session. A little bit of technical difficulties to get everything live and underway here today, but we're all good now.
It's all good
Clean
now.
and green as we make our way around the racetrack. Here's a look over at turn number three. We'll have this as an elevated shot come Sunday. Down on the ground here to start the weekend to give you a good shot. That's one of the corners that's changed a little bit from 2022. I talked with Bobby Prupart from the ROK Cup crew. He said, he'd been listening to a lot of the drivers' input. He actually did a track walk with A.J. Myers last night to try and see what they could do to make some adjustments to kind of improve the racing. Obviously, we've got that corner at turn number three tightened up a little bit. Here's a look at Elio Meza coming through. That was a double apex corner last year. Now here it's more of a 180, a little bit of a longer run into the corner. Said he would have liked to lengthen it a little bit, but he ultimately got ourselves, I think, a pretty good passing zone of what was really more single file back in 2022 and 2021. And then at the far end of the racetrack as well with our elevated cam, when that gets up and running, down back by what I believe would be turn number 8 on the far end of the racetrack. That one also tightened up and a little dog leg going into the hairpin as well. We'll have one more angle for everyone to see qualifying as it goes. We'll get some graphics on the screen as well. And again, keep in mind here with everything, we just had a little bit of technical difficulties on our software side. Sorted that out live here for qualifying. More will come as the day rolls on. Of course, heat racing slated to go here in the afternoon starting at 3 p.m. Eastern. Super excited to get the racing underway, of course, Ron John.
It seems like it's been over a week that we've been here, and we've only been in here a couple of days. I'm ready for the racing. Wes Duchek, talking with his dad earlier. Wes now at the top of the heat, 37.220 for Wes in the 935. Again, they still have about 4 minutes left here in qualifying. This is our VLR seniors. Yeah, you know, we talk about the sunshine. Actually got a little cloud cover today. Probably, hopefully helped us a little bit when it comes to the temperature here.
Talk with Wes Duchek's father, Kevin, a little bit earlier today.
Yes.
He said he's feeling pretty good. If Wes can keep his head on, he felt pretty confident that Wes Duchek could come out of here with a win. Right now, he is 400ths up on the VLR Junior champion, Elio Meza. Jed Perkins has been continuing to make some strides in the 100cc camp. He's a local here to St. Petersburg, Florida, one of the hometown heroes competing this weekend. He sits third at a 37.63 under the Chad Dawkins Racing banner aboard a Kart Republic, about half a second behind Wes Duchek as Duchek improves to a 37.107. Grayson Redson in the Techno Kart USA entry is fourth, as we see there Duchek making a pass on Meza. I think Meza got a little bit tripped up as he went on by. If that was Meza, it might have been Braden Domey. It was one of the other Iron Rock Tony karts, I believe. Meza's by himself there. He goes on through turn number 2 and over to turn number 3. So Duchek was on one of the other ones. Domey right now down in the 7th spot. That's one of your New Orleans, Louisiana natives. And Braden Domey. Miles Hewitt sits in 6th, and Haopeng Zhang currently rounds out the top 5, about 9/10 off the pace. 7 drivers in total for VLR Senior. A lighter start to the year. I know the parking lot tracks have scared a few, and it's a very, very busy 2023 season. I know a lot of people are excited to get over to the PK Race Park and Entertainment Complex here in a month's time. That's
going to be fun.
Yeah, will be the first national event to head there. There's a Rotax Winter Trophy South Florida regional event slated to go next weekend. That one won't be telecasted live, but our ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour event will be. And it's just cool to kind of have a track back here in the Florida Winter Tour, or in Florida, with a state that's honestly had a little bit of a struggle when it comes to regulation over the last couple of years from the city council, from the state legislature, just to get go-karting going. And obviously a new track, being able to get through that, really impressive that they are able to get the doors open and let us into that place. And then, of course, it has another place for us to come play. We got Orlando Kart Center.
Right.
We got AMR Motorplex down in Homestead, Miami. We got Anderson Race Park that's making some big strides. They made a lot of investments on that property, paved a lot of the parking, repaved the racetrack. That's just about 30, 40 minutes down the road from here in St. Petersburg. It's on a national level track, a little bit too small, a little bit too tight. But super cool for all the regional racers here. You have Bushnell Motorsports Park in kind of central Florida as well, so you got a lot of places to race. That is awesome, and to have another one joining the fray in PK Race Park and Entertainment Complex is cool.
Looking forward to that. Ought to be a good time. I know they have, as you had said, they've been working their tail ends off in order to get the track ready for us when we show up. So see the Rotax coat out there, maybe put some rubber down on it.
We got big problems here for Jed Perkins. You can see that pipe completely dislodged off the engine. I don't know if that just slipped out here on the last couple laps. As we got a few guys already tucking into the scale line, but that's going to end his
rubber.
Yeah, he that was definitely burning right on the tire.
Yes.
Because you can see that. I mean, normally when a header comes loose, maybe it's like one spring. It just sits a little bit loose. That one, obviously, the pipe cradle, because it's held in by 2 springs on the back side of the engine and then a cradle that holds the fat end of the pipe right by the exhaust hole. So you have 2 parts kind of holding it, and sometimes you leave that cradle a little bit loose to kind of give it some wiggle room and not necessarily kind of add, I would say, tension onto the pipe, and you let the springs hold it on the front end. But when the springs came off, obviously Jed Perkins had a pretty loose cradle, and that pipe just swiveled, and it sat right on that right rear tire. So you're right, Ron John. As soon as he came by, that right rear tire is probably toast, which is unfortunate because we're on the first of what is going to be 5 total sessions for these guys, 4 races, 3 heats, a pre-final, and qualifying, and I think the VLR seniors might even be on that same set into the main event. So hopefully it didn't burn too much for Jed Perkins, or he can get a replacement tire, because that's going to be some serious damage. Here's a look across the line for Wes Duchak. He'll take the checkered flag, and he remains as one of the top two. However, he's been bested. Elio Meza at a 37.049 on the Iron Rock Motorsports. Tony Kart has got half a tenth better than the RPG Cosmic at Duchak. So Elio Meza now will lead the field to the green at his first ever VLR Senior event. He starts perfect, 1 for 1 in pole awards here for the 927 now, formerly 827. Moving to the 900 ranks for the VLR Senior division. Elio Meza picks up right where he left off with the Junior Championship, and the Junior Hot Shot will lead the field to the green for the first round of heat racing later on this afternoon. We'll take this moment here to take a short commercial break. Live from St. Petersburg, Florida at the Tropicana Field, home of the Tampa Bay Rays, you're watching the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour opening weekend live on Kart Chaser. We'll be right back.
Set me free.
Want to know a crucial part of the magic that's taken AJ Myers to multiple national championships? Check out Greyhound Racing Seats and their full catalog of options, from their R1 and R1 Extra Soft seats for high grip conditions, their Viper Medium seat for medium grip, and the RS2 Stiff seat for low grip conditions. It's time to win. It's time to see why Greyhound makes the difference. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
Welcome back here to the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour, and we are back with qualifying beginning now with the mini ROK division. A decent turnout here, a big turnout of the micro ROKs, which is awesome to see, of course, is having a huge contingency of them. I think we're over 30 in the micro ROK division, somewhere in the mid-20s here for the mini rockers. You can pull up live timing here to check it as well. We're just getting the first lap in. Antoine Lemieux in the number 133 currently tops the board over Santiago Namnum. David Zhao in the 127 sits in second, and you can see we've got all three of our camera angles up now. Right now you're watching the angle from turn number 3. As they exit 3, the rest of the racetrack, they'll head over to the infield hairpin in turn number 4. This kind of dog leg then brings you on through a right-left chicane and then right into this hairpin back over here at turn number 8. So you have turn 4 that kind of sends you into the infield hairpin, then turn 5, 6, 7 is that dog leg, 8 on into the corner, and then kind of a double apex, almost 9 and 10 that they've also adjusted from 2022. So lots of micro track adjustments that we came into this weekend here, Ron John. We were a little bit uncertain of what the track would look like because obviously last year we saw good racing in the minis. In the single speed classes, they were able to defend pretty easy, so we didn't see as much passing going on. Mateus Morgado kind of dominated in senior.
Right,
the junior rocket was okay. And then the shifter class was pretty follow the leader.
Yeah.
And so, you know, we saw the same track up, and I know that a lot of drivers, including myself on the podcast this week, were a little bit kind of deflated, to say the least, to see that, man, we didn't really have that good racing last year, and we're doing the same thing. But again, right when we talked about the commercial break here, the ROK Cup crew, led by Robbie Poupert and Mike Burrell, they made some major changes here to this racetrack. Really, I guess, minor changes physically, but big changes, I think, for the racing. Again, tightening up turn 3, tightening up turn number 8, adding a dog leg into it, trying to make the track with some longer braking zones. That's awesome to see here for this year.
Yeah, well, congratulations to the crew for getting out there and trying to do what they feel is best for the track and for the drivers. You know, I guess sometimes if you just ask the right ways, people are willing to work with you. And again, it's going to affect our racing out on the track. It is a very, very bumpy layout here in St. Pete. These guys have raced it before, so they're very aware of it. But nonetheless, it's going to be quite a workout for them through the remaining parts of this weekend.
So we'll
going to be interested to see how this shakes out as David Zhao now at the top, the 127, 39, 362 for David. Marco Romero right now in second. Royce Vega, Antoine Lemieux, Edward Kennedy. And as I say that, Antonio Pizzonia moves up, and then Antoine Lemieux back to the top with a 39, 303. The 133 right now, your pole sitter. Yeah, so again, just a couple of more minutes left here in qualifying for our minis.
Yeah, just under 3 in total as we get closer to about 2.5 left in the session. Here again, Antoine Lemieux on that PSO Karting Bureau Art will get bested now by Marco Romero in the Team Bennick 117. There's Kai Johnson, one of the other Team Bennick entries in the 161. He had a fantastic drive last week. He is in the 6th position right now as they work their way over through turn number 6. Here he comes on in that that far corner section of the racetrack. The overhead shot will just grab him over there into the double right-hand corner and then head into the last turn, which should be a decent passing zone, I think, maybe in the second to last corner. I think the last turn won't be much, but it really wasn't much of one back in 2022.
I was going to ask you where you thought maybe the passing zones were going to be this year. With the subtle changes that we made, of course, everybody seemed to want to dive bomb here going into turn number 1, push everybody out wide and try to, of course, that doesn't really set themselves up too well for turn number 2.
Yeah, let's take a lap here. So we'll watch this this driver here headed on through turn number 1. I believe that's the 189 of Martin Jaramillo and the Team U-Race entry. So he goes through 1, over turn number 3, not a passing zone last year. I think it'll be a good passing zone here this year in just about every class. Shifter might be a little tricky. Into this infield hairpin, they tried to extend that run into the corner. That'll be a decent passing zone in the right-hander. Maybe one in that left coming out of it because that's where a lot of guys caught off guard. And then right here, this dog leg, you can see where it goes into that corner. It opens up just a little bit because it curves more to the left-hand side right as you get on the brakes. So that could be a passing zone, and I'm curious to see the way that they redid the right-hand double right kind of double apex turns. I guess you could call them 9 and 10 this year on the layout. Right before the last turn, the second to last and third to last corners, I think those could be a passing zone as well because you're going to swing out all the way to the left-hand side to set up for the final corner, and then late apex that right-hander. So if you're kind of going back and forth, crossovering, I think you'll see a lot of passing in that regard. So that could be super cool as well.
I took the time to go back out there and take a look at turns number 8, 9, and 10 through that area. It looked a little technical, if you will, as they came out of turn number 8. Again, will turn number 8 be a spot to pass? I know it's been different places throughout the last couple of years, actually, where the places to pass were. A lot of them would do it down that little short chute as they come into turn number.
Yeah, I guess you'd call that one turn 5.
Probably
then
5,
turn
6.
Yeah. They call the dog leg 7, then turn 8. We'll go 9, 10, and then over to 11 is the way everything's labeled here this year.
I certainly remember the incident that happened over there going into turn number 7.
Yeah, of course. That A.J. Myers, Jake French crash, that was one of the headline deals from last year for sure, going for second. And again, mainly because Jake was a couple tenths faster than A.J. A.J. had a miscue on the setup. He was pretty frustrated about that. He was hanging on for dear life, but it was so tricky for them to try and get around each other.
Right.
Jake finally just gave up, threw a Hail Mary at it, and it ended up with AJ over in the wall here. As the checkered flag flies in qualifying, had some more changes at the top of the leaderboard. Very tight at the top, actually. It is Kai Johnson on the PSA race team, Team Bennick entry in the 167. Just 17 thousandths over Marco Romero. He'll get the top qualifying position. Max Christia will end up in third, about a tenth back. Couple hundredths to find Royce Vega to put 3 Bennecks inside the top 4. PSL Karting's Antoine Lemieux from Canada puts himself into the top 5. Goodwood Kartways aboard the Intrepid machine. David Zhao will end up 6. He returns from last year, moving up into the mini division. Martin Jaramillo, we followed him around for a lap or so in that U-Race Paralyn in 7th. I believe U-Race Paralyn might be a U-Race comp kart, but I'll confirm. Tyrone Kemper Jr. right behind Antonio Pizzonia Nito, who last week, of course, dominant wins to start off his year. He's one of the big names that had returned to the micro class over here in the Florida Winter Tour. They moved him up to the mini division, so maybe a move up early for him in mini over at the SCUSA Winter Series as well. We'll see if he finishes that championship, but jumps right in, slots in well in his mini debut, 8th in qualifying. And then Tyrone Kemper Jr. Fianchi rounds the top 10 here outside Tropicana Field here live from St. Petersburg, Florida. You can see the fences starting to line up for qualifying. Here's a look over at the grid as we get set for another session of action, because it's time, I believe, for the ROK Shifter Masters to head onto the racetrack here with a decent turnout of about 15 or so. We've got a lot of new faces in that division as well here this year.
Sure
Larry
is.
Pegram last year ran VLR Sr with his daughter Riley. Both of them decided to upgrade to gearbox go-karts. Riley's running in ROK Shifter, and of course Larry's found himself in ROK Shifter Master. He should be one to watch, I think, on that TKG livery Kart Republic here in this class. One of the only Kart Republics here this weekend. So a small contingent for them, but I think you could get them into victory lane. Of course, you have some of the other drivers returning from the ROK Shifter Master class from last year. I believe we've got a couple TB karts. I think Farshad Bagheri may be returning to the class as well.
Farshad's certainly there.
Should have quite a few.
I had talked to him earlier. It was great to see him. He's back. Again, this will be our Master Shifter group. You had mentioned Kai Johnson. I just wanted to give him a big shout out after watching that last weekend. You know, passing 10 kids is a lot. Passing 39 is incredible. Just think about the work you have to do. And in some instances, he was actually passing 3 and 4 kids on one lap. So what a great run for him. And now sitting down on the pole here for the first leg of the Florida Winter Tour for 2023. It's the 25th year that the Florida Winter Tour has kind of kicked things off, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, the beginning part of the year. The road to Las Vegas, of course, started last week with the SCUSA Winter Series.
Right.
Starts and continues here this week for the second round of the overall national championships between all the major touring series. Then, again, we got a couple regionals in between. The Challenge of the Americas over on the West Coast kicks off, I believe, next week, if not it's 2 weeks away to get underway, the first week of February. / the last week of January for the Challenge of the Americas opener. There's a gap week here after this week to give teams that may be going coast to coast or especially moving personnel end to end. I mean, there's a lot of teams here that have tried to make their way to both ends of the spectrum, both all the way out west to Arizona and to California for the Challenge of the Americas series, and then all the way down here to Florida, especially when we head down to PK Race Complex, the entertainment park in Loxahatchee, Florida, right north of West Palm Beach. We'll have a long trek down the state to get over. So, I mean, it's 40-plus hours. Kudos to the teams that are going both ways.
and a lot of them have even upgraded to have kind of East and West Coast setups, which is pretty cool as well. So you've got guys, really fully invested in the sport to another level, which is good for the longevity of the championships as a whole.
Right.
That the teams you've got, teams growing to the point that they've got an East Coast trailer and a West Coast trailer. Nash Motorsports an example of that.
I talked with them about that today. Yes. I was wondering what they did with their equipment, being the fact that they were from all the way out in California, kind of hard to go back and forth, when it's only just a couple of, about 4 weeks away from the next stop in Loxahatchee.
Yeah, so they'd go here.
They don't have a whole lot of time.
Challenge of the Americas. Of course, they have a local program as well, which was over at Cal Speed Karting. It'll be over at K1 Circuit in 2023 and beyond. As Cal Speed, unfortunately, we lose that racetrack, but we get a brand new one opening in K1 in Winchester, California. So Southern California, for the first time in probably about 15, almost 20 years, is going to get a purpose-built world-class racetrack. The last one was Moran Raceway. That's hosted a number of international and national events that shut down in the mid-2000s. There's actually some really cool YouTube footage of the Stars of Karting series with an ICA final that was on Speed Channel back in 2004 with the Direct Drive class. Of course,
that was a great channel, by the way.
Yeah.
I sure miss it.
Yeah, we sure do here as well. But we're lucky that we're able to bring you guys all this action here live from St. Petersburg on YouTube and on Facebook and around the world. We've got the ROK Shifter Masters headed onto the racetrack now. The timer has started at 8 minutes, and it will continue to tick on down. So they'll work their way over into the dog leg in the final couple corners of the racetrack there. Again, that double apex here. You can see they're swinging out just a little bit, then they'll come down the front straightaway. Here's a look at the run to the line. We'll get the first.
Hey, by the way, Xander, Daniel Debos is back.
Oh, yeah.
It's good to see the Peruvian, as he is from Peru.
Lots of international flavor.
Been a while since he was out here with us, so good to see him here.
It's more than 50% of the class here that's international.
Absolutely.
We've only got, it looks like, about 6 or 7 Americans. Larry Pegram, Scott Presti, Brian Chatfield, Corey Matthews, Alex Mueller, and Luis Gautier are the only 6 Americans in the ROK Shifter Master Division. We've got guys from Mexico, like Daniel Debos flying the Mexican flag here this weekend. Although Peruvian, he's got the Mexican flag on the timing monitor. You have Luis Mendez Ramos as well. You have Canadians here, Francesco Vassallo. You have Jose Montalto with the DRT Racing 580 machine, also one of the many international entries here. So we'll keep an eye on the cameras of where we want to find someone to follow here through qualifying, as we're just about, again, just a little bit over 6 minutes to go. Here's a look on through. There's one more that'll go by in the Red Bull livery PSL Karting Bureau Art. A look at Larry Pegram right now running right behind, I believe, Scott Presti on the racetrack. Those two running nose to tail, and they are the quickest here to start the session. A 35.84 for Pegram, and Presti just ahead of him there in that Ralph Schumacher kart. Finds himself as a privateer this weekend. Scott Presti had been running with Farshad Bagheri and the TB Kart USA camp for the last couple seasons. Of course, the mean green, black and green machines. Yep. And he's got himself in his own bright wet and right colors here this weekend. Interesting to hear. Maybe we'll get to chat with him a little bit about the new program and what he's got set up for that as they head down through turn number 1. So headed through 1 and 2 this time with 5.5 minutes to go. Any change? There is one. Presti to the top by 300ths. Jose Montalto, Larry Pegram, Luis Mendez Ramos, and Luis Gautier, your top 5. And that'll change again. Antonio Pizzonia, dad, going out there and laying down a heater on that Orsolone Racing. I believe he might be on a beer alert. Former Formula 1 driver Antonio Pizzonia has got his son that put it in the top 10, and now Pops wants to go out there and do a little bit better to make sure that the kid still listens to him and knows Dad still got it.
Exactly. And I tell you what, he definitely still has it. He put on a show out in Las Vegas at the Rock Fest. At the Rock Vegas event. And I understand he did his pretty much the same thing in the other event as well later on that next weekend. So good to see Antonio out here.
Ooh, a little bit wide for him right there. Here he comes on down the start-finish line straightaway. So Antonio Pizzonia was on top. That time by did not improve enough, but it is actually really tight here at the pointy end of the field. Scott Presti on the Ralph Schumacher kart went a little quicker. Pizzonia here digging for more. He passed one right there, but with the shifter drivers, you'll see the time start to kind of fall off, especially in ROK Shifter. I don't think they'll run the full 8 minutes. I think A.J. Myers, Marin Kremers,
Vincenzo Saraceno will all probably pull in after a couple laps. Looks like Pizzonia is already slowing down a little bit here. I'm not sure if he's setting up for one more burner or if he's going to pull it to the scale line this time. We'll find out as they come across the start-finish line. So he runs right ahead of, I believe, Morin Van Tonk.
Right now, it looks like he's sitting in that 9th position. Louis Gauthier is now up into the 3rd.
But look at the times. I don't think we've seen a tighter ROK Shifter Master field at just a half-second spread for the top 10. That's impressive to see. Usually we're used to seeing a bit more of a runaway in this division. We may have some pretty solid racing for the veterans and the crazy old men to get after it. And as we see Presti work his way out of turn number 3 with still half the session to go, as he's still staying out there to dig for a little bit more. But I would not be surprised because now he's been bested by Larry Pegram. So Pegram on that TKG Kart Republic has gone quicker. So Presti will work his way out of turn number 8. Got another one down by the start-finish line here trying to find some clear track. But Presti, let's see if he can go any better here. Coming down the front stretch this time on the Ralph Schumacher kart. Does he go back to the top of the board? He does not, but he closes the gap a little bit. 400ths off the lap time of Larry Pegram. And he's going to go for another one. So we'll pick up Larry there. And former AMA Superbike Pro rider here in the States, Larry Pegram, a legend in his home state of Ohio.
Yes.
And
very much so. He was a great racer.
Yeah, great racer here and having a good time racing with his daughter, getting a couple of gearbox karts together. Here he comes on into turn number 8. It looks like he is slowing down as well. So again, these guys kind of getting new gaps and trying to find their own place on the racetrack to run.
Yeah, it
Pegram,
looks like he's pulled over.
Yeah, so he's going to drop back a little bit further, it looks like, as he lets one guy go by. It might have been Debos there in that International Motorsport Tony kart. So Daniel Debos moving by. Lots of new names and old faces in new places as well. So a lot to learn, of course, at the start of every season. You have a lot of shifts in the offseason, lots of silly season movements, especially on the pro side. We have Mateus Morgado from last year moving off that AM Racing Engines, AM Racing Team Xpree over to the PSL Karting Factory Barrel operation.
Okay.
He's teammates with Diego Ramos as well, who joins him over there. First time those two guys who are best friends getting to be under the same tent here. At the same time last year, not so much best friends on the racetrack.
I was going to say, they throw that out the window on the track.
Yeah, so it's a weird relationship the two of them got, man. They got the rivalry on the racetrack here. I mean, even last week, I talked with Marin Kremers earlier yesterday in the week here. He said, man, we really needed a win. And as soon as they got to the lead, the two of them fought for the lead and the win. He said, if it was me, I think I might have just fought for second to give my teammate a chance to bring the Red Army a win in single-speed competition. They still have yet to get that in the last couple of years. They've obviously dominated in shifter with Marin Kremers on the SCUSA Pro Tour. They've won the Super Nationals for the last 2 years in a row with Pedro Hiltbrand this year, Matteo Vigano last year as well, and nearly cleared out the entire podium. Their shifter program has been phenomenal, which is, of course, headed in the shifter master class in the previous few rounds of the Winter Tour by Jordan Musser.
Yes.
But on the single speed side, those guys desperately looking for a top step of the podium. They have been second and third at so many nationals here. Kremers, of course, podiumed a few times to the Winter Tour last year, but still, Morgado was dominant all the way through to Orlando. So qualifying with about a minute to go here for ROK Shifter. It will not be a Barrel Art at the top. Actually, Antonio Pizzonia, I think he may be on one on that Orsolon Racing entry. So maybe a late lap from Antonio Pizzonia after cooling the tires off has put him on top, as we see one more going on through. That is going to be Alex Mueller in the privateer Tony kart entry, headed to turn number 3. A number of drivers have pulled into the scale line already, but half the field remains on the racetrack. Half the field have pulled on in.
Pegram's in, Montato's in, looks like Marnie Van Tonk is in as well. Francesco Vassallo.
Yeah, quite a few that have jumped on into the scales as well. So here we go into the corner, and indeed a Barrel Art. So Antonio Pizzonia on the Barrel Art for Orsolon Racing, one of the satellite teams running the chassis in the shifter classes mainly for them. They've got OTKs they'll be on for their drivers in the single speed divisions, but for the shifter classes they have been all Barrel Art, and right now it is all Antonio Pizzonia at the top by nearly 2/10 over Larry Pegram's Kart Republic. Luis Gauthier in that PSL Karting Barrel Art will make it first and third. Scott Presti on the Presti Racing Privateer Ralph Schumacher kart under the IPK brand. That's your Pragas, that's your Formula Ks as well.
Saw a couple of those karts
out. You know, those guys dominate last year with that leading edge chassis designed by Greg Bell and Danny Formal They've got a brand new go-kart they've been working on that'll be bringing out more of a leading edge motorsport special with their own brand, which is super cool. And that'll continue the R&D that they've done throughout the year. It's a little bit different than the model of the IPK stuff that has been coming stateside. They've kind of had their own model they've run for their team, and now they're going to be releasing that to the public under the Leading Edge Motorsports brand, which is super, super cool. So now we go to the grid, and we get to see the first of the two headline divisions set to come our way. 20-plus in Pro ROK Senior, and I'd bet about 8 or 9 heavy hitters that could really take after it. Here's a look at one of them, Louis Westover in the Nash Motorsports EOS kart set to go. He's trying to rebound after a not-so-good week last weekend at the SCUSA Winter Series. His first race on what is going to be a pretty busy North American pro karting schedule. We're delighted to see the Englishman over here. There is his teammate right behind him, Blake Nash, who on the flip side did have a really solid performance in the first national pro national of the year. We go back behind Blake to find another senior sophomore. Cameron Weinberg makes his first start of the 2023 pro national season. And there is the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic of Connor Zilisch. Made his debut with the operation at the Las Vegas Super Nationals in 100cc Senior and X30 Pro. And here he is this weekend on what I believe will be a kind of partial schedule this year. He's got a very, very busy calendar of car racing between the Trans Am Series. He'll be making, I believe, a number of other starts that have yet to be announced. But between at least what's announced so far, a good amount of super late model races, a good amount of Mazda MX-5 Cup Series races where he came second in the championship last year, won Rookie of the Year honors, nearly won the title, just missed out on a penalty call that flipped the results behind him, unfortunately. He was slated to win the championship as they crossed the line. A penalty was handed down, and it moved a driver behind the driver that he was fighting for the championship, and so that moved that championship driver up and gave the bonus points, and it came down to the wire. So Connor was very, very close, which would have made a huge dent in his career as well, because it is a I think it's either $150,000 or $250,000 prize for winning the championship, and
that's quite a few shekels.
I think only like 70 for second. So he still ended up about $150 with second place in the championship, Rookie of the Year. But it would have been really, really awesome to win the Rookie of the Year bonus and to get that championship. That would have made a lot more possible for him this year, and probably would have given him a few more maybe starts as he's trying to look to break into the NASCAR ARCA Menard Series, which would be cool. So headed through turn at
I'd
number
love to see him there.
8. Let's look at where we are on times. Well, Karol Paszewicz is one of the many international pilots here this weekend and last weekend for the Florida Winter Tour. He also, rough weekend, got taken out in the Saturday main event and in the International Motorsport Lenzo Kart entry, one of the 2 Lenzo Kart factory drivers over here this weekend. But he was not that quick in practice. In fact, it has all been about Louis Westover in the Nash Motorsports EOS kart. They're all trailing Connor Zilisch right there. He leads the pack. Zilisch trailed by Cameron Weinberg in line as they head for turn number 5. There's Blake Nash in the crew, Justin White, and then Louis Westover at the end of the train. Westover is your quickest, 35.021. Here's a look at PSL Karting Factory VLR driver Mateus Morgado. He's found himself some clear racetrack. He was inside the top 3 for a lot of practice. However, right now he finds himself still inside the top 3, but a little bit further back. 2.5 tenths off of Westover's pace at the moment at a 36 flat for Mateus Morgado. His teammate Diego Ramos further back, down in 9th at the moment. Only about a 10th off of Morgado, though. Very tightly packed top 10, Ron John. We're talking 3 tenths, and it's going to tighten up again as we got more jumping up the ladder. Paszewicz and Bernal Valverde in the Orsilon Racing OTK moves up to 3rd. Diego Ramos with a good lap that time will go up the order as well. Here comes that big group trailing Noel Leon with Louis Westover in tow.
Morgado to the top that time.
Oh, yeah. 35.65. Mateus Morgado goes to the pole.
And Connor Zilisch now jumps back up into that second spot, a 35.740 for Connor.
So Connor Zilisch will close into less than a 10th away. Louis Westover here was on top, needs to find a little more. He's now a 10th of a second back. He's got Santiago Fernandez in that AJF Racing Tony Kart right behind him. Here they go to the final turn, coming down the front straightaway with 4.5 minutes, still plenty of time to go. There's Ramos headed through turn number 1. So who tops the board in ROK Senior? Mateus Morgado still a 10th of a second back. Karol Paszewicz P2, Louis Westover P3, Connor Zilisch P4, and again Fernandez rounds the top 5. Jorge Ortiz, Blake Nash, Diego Ramos, Noel Leon, Bernal Valverde. Great run here for Santiago Fernandez towing off Louis Westover. That's going to be one of his better qualifying efforts if it sticks.
Shows the 311 of Jorge Ortiz on the move as well.
2022 Florida Winter Tour ROK Jr champion Jorge Ortiz. Here's Morgado down to turn number 1. He'll improve again. Another half-tenth better, 35.368 for Mateus Morgado. An improvement for Noel Leon as well, also without a toe. Moves up the order to P3. Ramos, P2. This would be massive. And we were talking right before the class went out how PSL Karting was looking to get themselves a 125 Pro Senior win. Right now, they are first and second with the 2 drivers that were first and second in the Winter Tour Championships last year. Ramos P2, Morgado P1. This is looking really good for the Bureau Arts.
I think this is the first time we're going to talk about Aiden Ingrata. Great run there for Aiden, now up into the 4th spot, a 35.575 for Aiden. Jorge Ortiz right now drops back down. And it's like every lap as we look up at the scoring and timing, they're just going back and forth right now. It's still Mateus Morgado with that 35.254.
Yeah, Connor Zilish improved a little bit last time by to a 35.39. He's a 10th and a half off in 4th behind Westover, Carol Pashawicz. And again, Blake Nash rounds the top 5 ahead of Bernal Valverde. There goes Ramos up the order again. He'll move himself into 3rd as he crosses the line and works through turn number 3. So Diego Ramos back closing the gap here. Mateus Morgado again, 35.22. They'll get a lot of laps. They're working lap 8 right now, and that just shows you how green the racetrack is. It's starting to get some rubber, but they're still finding grip as the session goes on. They had a damp morning warm-up this morning as well because it rained overnight, so a lot of the rubber laid down yesterday. That kind of cleans the dirt off the temp circuit on that first day of practice. Didn't really matter too much.
Yeah, it was pretty slick for them now this morning when they came here. First group out were, pretty slippery track. I figured that was going to be the case considering we'd had that little bit of rain take off a lot of that rubber that they'd laid down all day yesterday. A pretty busy day for everyone. Yesterday was practice day. I think we put in 5 sessions of practice, at least.
Put a lot of rounds in. Well, there's a lot of rounds. A lot of groups in total. We had 4 rounds of practice on Thursday for a total of, I believe, either a 10 or 11 run groups here. We have 3 Masters divisions, 3 senior classes.
I think it's 10. I think it is 10.
Yeah, 3 Masters, 3 senior, and then 2 junior. So that's what, 6, 8, and then you have mini and micro. So yeah, 10 classes, exactly it. So quite a bit of different racing action we'll have throughout. Of course, ROK Pro Shifter will round off the first round of qualifying, and then right before 3 p.m. when we get underway with heat racing action here in St. Pete, we get to see how these improvements to the racetrack will race.
Yes.
Right now, I think we are in for a show. We are less than 2/10 for the top 6. We are less than 3/10 for the top 10.
Oh, Blake Nash.
Big lap out of Blake Nash that time. He goes 4 thousandths quicker. Can he do it again? Here he comes out of the final corner. He's got a good toe off Noel Leon. Is it better for Blake Nash this time? No. But a 35.19. Blake Nash might get his second career Pro Senior Pole Award. And that would be huge for him. A big boost of confidence for the Nash Motorsports EOS Kart driver. His teammate Louis Westover inside the top 5 as well. I mean, we are 5 thousandths of a second, though, for the top 3. Morgado is at a 1.94, and Carol Pashawicz is at a 1.95. It is unreal how close these guys are here on this racetrack right now. Here comes Morgado. He's by himself. There's Westover. He's going to give a big toe behind him to who's that? That's Pashawicz. Carol Pashawicz, big toe on that M National Motorsport Lenzo kart as he heads over to turn number 3. With 15 seconds to go, we'll follow the last couple guys around and see if anyone else is on a burner. I think these guys will just be the first ones to get the checkered flag. Here we come into turn number 8. There goes Morgado. Yellow flag's waving. We got a driver off somewhere. Looks like the driver's going to be over, I think all cleared up now over here. What we got yellows going into 8, but I can't see exactly what we've got over there. Maybe at the far exit of the corner. Either way, checkered flag flies. So Westover did get it. He goes 6th. Pashawicz 3rd. Zilish 4th. Morgado cannot do any better. And Blake Nash has hit the pit lane. The last driver to get a lap in could potentially be Diego Ramos. He is one of the final ones. Still putting a lap in as they head on the final circuit. So let's see if we can find Ramos as the field comes on into the line. Can Diego Ramos take himself to the pole? Trying to find him here as he comes across the start-finish line. He'll be one of the last ones to go. There he is right there, last in line. Nothing for Diego Ramos there. He will sit in the 6th position. A good late lap out of Aiden Ingrata, though. He'll jump to 4th. So Blake Nash, tops the boards over Mateus Morgado, Karol Paszewicz, Aiden Ingrata, and Connor Zillish. Your top 5 separated by 68 thousandths of a second. 5 thousandths of a second separates the top 3 of Blake Nash with a Pro ROK Senior Pole Award over Mateus Morgado, Karol Paszewicz again 3rd, and then all the way down to Louis Westover and Diego Ramos in 6th and 7th. They're still only a 10th and a half back from the pole. Cameron Weinberg, a good late lap for the Tesoro Raceworks CRG. He ends 8th. Noel Leon on the Alessandro's Racing CRG in 9th. And then Justin White on the Kartworks EOS Kart rounds the top 10, just about 2.5 tenths off, but less than 2 tenths for the entire top 9. Super, super tight racing there.
Very close. It's going to be interesting to see how the track races here a little bit later, but that group right there is going to be a very, very tight race.
It should be good here. Live from Tropicana Field in downtown St. Petersburg, Florida. You're watching the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour's opening weekend here live on Kart Chaser. We'll take a commercial break and come back with more qualifying action. Master ROK GP up next.
Set me free.
Test 1 2, test 1 2.
If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
Welcome back to sunny St. Petersburg, Florida, here for the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Master ROK GP onto the racetrack, about 1.5 minutes into the session. As we head on down over towards the back sector here, we're working on getting our interview microphone set and going because we want to have a word with Blake Nash and, of course, a couple at the top half of the Pro ROK Sr Qualifying session. He had an awesome performance right there, so we'll take a look for more here in just a few moments. In the meantime, for Master ROK, why don't you give us the rundown here, Ron John?
Yeah, right now it's Andre Nicastro. Andre in the 628, a 36.402. William Isaias up next. After that, it's David LaPlante in that 3rd spot. Martin Stone right now in 4th. And as I say about William Isaias now up into the top spot, the 627 with a 36.328. So Andre Nicastro in that 2nd spot. David LaPlante right now in 3rd. Still got about 5.5 minutes left to go here in qualifying. Martin Stone 4th. Miguel Mir in that 5th position. Alex Mueller in 6th. Sylvain Colombi in the 681, now up into that 5th spot.
Oh, wait.
So again, just 9 drivers in this Masters group. Keep an eye on these times. Again, Nicastro right now up into that front spot, 36.109. Good run there for Andre. Again, qualifying going on here. The Florida Winter Tour in beautiful St. Petersburg, Florida. Call it St. Pete over here. right here at the Tropicana Field, home of the Tampa Bay Rays, their professional baseball team. We're right out here in their parking lot. Always a interesting layout, but also always known to be a very rough track. So I always say that this is just practice for when you get to Sebring. So these young men are again just qualifying. The real racing will begin here in just a little while. Really looking forward to this afternoon to see how the track is racing. Once again, no change there at the top. It's still Andre Nicastro. William Isaias in second. David LaPlante, Miguel Mir, Martin Stone, Alex Mueller, Sylvain Colombi, Pablo Savalas, and Alfonso Santiago.
Yeah, it's interesting to see now Martin Stone picking it back up. He started the session out really well, but only a couple of tenths off. He went through a phase where it wasn't so good, but now 36.34 on the last lap. He's got to find a little bit more pace. Alex Mueller as well, setting his best off in 6th, but he's got a lot of time to pick up now, though. It's Andre Nicastro with a really good run there, 36.06. He's half a tenth clear of William Isaias, and then David LaPlante is not far back, but really the field spread outside of the top 3 is pretty good now. Pablo Ceballos up to a 36.6, stays in 7th position. Everyone kind of seems to have bottomed out at about their pace. We're seeing minor improvements, but not really any huge adjustments down the course of the board.
It's interesting to see William Isaias up there. I know he'd been battling Renato Yater-David last year for the title of the Florida Winter Tour. Of course, Renato ended up winning the final and the championship, but what a battle those two put on. And I believe it was in Pompano Beach where Renato put a move on William going into a spot that he just didn't think was going to work, but it absolutely worked with no problem, no touch. One of the best slide jobs I've seen just about any time. But fortunately, he's not here. He had some business to do this weekend, so hopefully we'll see Renato in Loxahatchee, and he'll come and run the next 2 races with us.
Yeah, definitely. And going back now, you see Andre Nicastro with 36.0. He's got about a 10th clear on the field at this point. And I mean, I think, as you were mentioning, I think with this tight layout here, you're going to have those aggressive passes, and especially with a guy like William Isaias not really getting off to a nice start at all. You see Andre Nicastro resets fast time again, a 35.946. He's the only guy in the 35-second bracket right now, so a really good run for him in the 628 chassis. He's now ahead of William Isaias, David LaPlante. Both of them have stalled out at a 36.1, have not been improving the last time around. It looked like Isaias tried to kind of slow down to cool off his tires a little bit, maybe getting one last gasp at it, but certainly Andre Nicastro looking real good for pole here in the Master category with less than a minute left in ROK Master.
Yeah, it looked like Alex Mueller was about the only one that was able to make up a little bit of speed there in time at 36.513. Again, though, Nicastro right there, 35.946. It's always nice when you're out there on your own.
Yeah,
William
no,
Isaias in that second spot. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, definitely. And William Isaias there picking up a little bit, but he's still 0.2 of a second off. And if he has any last pace, this is the lap to do it. They're going to get the checkers probably this time around. Isaias, he's stuck on that 36.1. He's been stuck for a while now. You're seeing now coming across the line there, continue to set boards. Sylvia and Columbia back down to 36.587. He's in 7th position. As now you can see just them continuing to triple out now. Justin Ditchers has the checker flag in the hand as they get it. This is it for everyone. Nicastro resets fast time at 35.835. He's got 0.3 on the field now. We'll see if anyone can come anywhere close to that. Isaiah's still coming around, but he's at least 0.3 off now on that last lap through. Coming across the line now, I think that was Miguel Mir there, couldn't improve. Only a couple more drivers left to go down towards the start-finish line. Alfonso Santiago stays in last. Isaiah's at 36.19. He will not improve on his time. Still a second position for him, but not quite enough. Andre Nicastro, 35.8. 0.3 on the field here in ROK Master. He sets the fast time over William Isaiah, David LaPonte, Martin Stone, and Miguel Mir rounding out your top 5 here in the ROK Masters category. Alex Mueller in 6th, just not quite able to find the pace. Sylvian Colom, Pablo Ceballos, and Alfonso Santiago rounding out your field here.
Yeah, so it definitely looks like Nicastro is the guy to beat right now based on these times. So congratulations to the 628 driver, William Isaiah, so slotting it at 2nd spot, the 627. So again, that was the qualifying for our Masters. Just waiting for our next group to get all formed up on the grid. Make sure everybody's in their spot and ready to roll out here as qualifying continues.
Yeah, I believe that's the micros getting set to go out on the grid in qualifying. So we'll see a nice turnout here for round number 1 of the Florida Winter Tour. You see over 20 strong in the micro category. A lot of really talented young kids getting set to do battle here in St. Petersburg. Again, this is a really tight course, and for these young drivers, this may be the first or the second time they've ever raced on a track with tight barriers like this. And I gotta say, from experience, when you get on a track, it's one thing when it's open and you have a whole lot of runoff, but man, when you have when you go out into turn 1 and all you see is barriers 8 feet from you, man, it is tough to get used to.
That's what I was wondering, going down through that little complex of 8, 9, and 10. It looks like that could be a little hairy area for somebody that's not used to that. It's a quick little technical area going through there. So we'll just have to wait and see. Of course, everybody was dive bombing right here into turn number 1. They were even doing it into turn number 2, or 3 actually, as they come around the inside part of the barrier. They're going through turn number 3. It was some good passing going on. Some folks that kind of threw it in at the wrong spot, maybe a little too early, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to win on the first lap.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, last year had a massive, or not a massive crash, but certainly a relevant crash in the ROK Senior category. Obviously, that one's going to be interesting to watch, but certainly, I mean, this track is one where you kind of have to make your own opportunities.
Yep.
There's not an easy kind of place where you can just have no risk involved in it. So you'll see how aggressive. Obviously, with the micro kids, maybe a little bit less aggressive, just trying to figure things out. But still, you can see some really intense racing here. We've seen it before. Last weekend in Homestead, some of the more exciting races came from the micros, where you have multiple guys coming back through the field. Now here, though, on St. Pete, it's a different type of track. We'll get a chance to see all of your competitors here. 8-minute qualifying, coming across the line now to start their hot laps. You can see really a lot of field spread here. A lot of guys trying to run on their own, which I think in this track might be one of the few tracks where you really have that advantage of a draft minigame, because it's just so tight, especially in the back section. As you now will get to see kind of some of the pace as we get around. See, now most of the field has completed their warm-up lap and now get ready to set on for their first hot lap. You can see Lucas Ferreira in the number 3 car. He is one of the ones to watch here as they come down, just continuing to set. Colin Scheinberg, a guy that's got a lot of pace. We've seen a lot of pace from him. Nico Orbezo, Josh Bergman,
definitely
all of those.
One of the ones to keep an eye on too,
yeah,
Nico.
Yeah, definitely Orbezo, another one. They're now getting set. Lucas Ferreira crosses the line first. He immediately goes purple until now Gavin Decay resets a 41.455. We'll get a chance to see all of these guys now coming across the field. A lot of drivers here in the micro category. Certainly Gavin Decay already off to a nice start in the 75 cart. He's got about 10th on the field, but again, just really early in the session, getting a feel for the track. The track was really greasy when they went out for the first and second practices because of the rain overnight. So for these guys, they're still trying to find the limit. As now Jao Bonami, geez, I messed up that name, goes purple by over 2/10 of 40.873. So he really found the limit early on there, over 2/10 on the field. Now down the west, Antonio Pizzonia, really fast last weekend. He goes to P4, and he's going to continue finding more pace there as we continue now.
I tell you, as I look down the list here, there's quite a few new names. I see quite a few of the names that have raced with us before, but there are quite a few new names here. So a bunch of new drivers for the first time here for ROK Cup USA. Oh man, of course, we can't thank enough of all of our sponsors as well. Vortex, OMP, you know, we got Eni Oil, Levanto Kart Tires, ROK Cup USA, Sunoco Race Fuels. Thanks to all of our sponsors. We greatly appreciate you and what you do for the sport. Right now, Maxwell Macha. It's see Matheus Romalo on the move. Nico Orbezo right now in that third position. Alex Chandler in second. Yao Bondeman in the 27 right now in fourth.
Antonio Pizzonia back to the pole of 40.509 in the 73 Orsalon racing cart. Saw him briefly there on the stream, navigating through the early chicane. He puts on a heater. You saw Maxwell Macha earlier go to the fast point with a 40.6. We got one around. That looks to be the number 44 cart. We'll get a name on that in just 1 second.
Looks like that's going to be Josh Bergman.
Yeah, Bergman there went around. That was not ideal for him. Looked like he avoided any major contact with the barrier. But now, as you can see, is continuing to set lap times. Pizzonia at 40.509 at the front. His teammate at Orsalon, Joe Bondiman, we mentioned early on, really fast. He's done a 40.582. So the top three within a tenth here. But Pizzonia, that last, or 2 laps ago, setting a 40.509. That was a really good lap. Now, as you see more movement, Liam Nachati gets into the top 10 and the back half in this Cruise Racing Development cart there in the number 88 machine. So obviously a lot of fast times being brought down. As we see a meatball flag now for the number 55 cart, and that looks to be Zane Burgess there. So that's an early into his qualifying session.
Already about 10 drivers deep within about 5/10 of a second of one another. Right now it's still Antonio Pizzonia Jr. out there. As you had mentioned, the Orsalon driver had quite a weekend down in Miami at the race last weekend. The SCUSA event, boy, what a great run there for Antonio. Maxwell Macha still in that second spot. That's Yao Matamadian in that second spot. And as we say that, I talk about the guys at the top. Bam! There goes Nico Orbezo. 40.409. As I say that, Matheus Romalo comes around with a 40.233.
And we've got one in the wall there, Liam Van Beek, who had just set a time to go in the top 5, got it down to 6th, and now he's out of the session. He's hit the barriers. That looks to be coming around to turn 5, I think that is. So rough into his session there. He had just had a really good time, but with 2.5 minutes left in the session, he's got to do a lot of work there. He's got another one around. Can't quite get a number on that one yet. But a lot of guys really testing the limits here in micro, and it's going to be interesting to watch as they continue to find now as Jonah Badaman on that last lap goes 40.196. Matheus Ramillo in second. Maxwell Macha in third. Antonio Pizzonia in fourth. So Nico Orbezo just a minute ago set fast time. Now he's all the way back down in 5th position. That top 5 separated by about 2/10, and then they've got 2.5 more tenths on the field. So we got a big pile up in the back half towards the front straightaway there, and that is not ideal at all. You can see the Orsalon guys going through there, but 2 carts spun around there. It looks like another couple got collected at the end of the lap. So a lot of chaos here in the micro qualifying.
Yeah, but what a run there for Yao. Yao with that 41.584 the last time by, but the pole number is a 40.196 to the 40.233 of Matheus Romalo. Maxwell Macha right now slated into that 3rd position. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. 4th. Valentino Santillan in that 5th spot. Nico Orbezo in 6th. I see Liam Van Beek has actually gone in already. He feels good with that 40.653 for Liam. Alex Chandra right now in that 8th position.
Valentino Santillan to the pole though with a
40.186
right up there. Oh, we got a massive crash on the front straightaway. One of the carts getting in really into the barrier, coming into the braking zone there, and that can't get a number on that one either, but that was chaos there. Less than 2 minutes left. But as I was saying, Valentino Santillan barely resets fast time over Yao Bondimin with a 40.186, 1/100th of a second clear on pole. Matheus Ramillo down to only 4/100ths off the pole as well in 3rd position, so it's tight at the front. But what a lap there by Valentino. And right as I said, a massive crash in the front straightaway kind of disrupted the barriers there. And that might
sure did.
and that might disrupt the rest of the lap for a lot of these guys who are coming on to their last couple of laps here. So it looks like only one more chance feasibly. There's yellow flags. There are yellow flags in turn 1, and now there's yellow flags on the back half of the track as well. So both of those are going to be slowing guys down supposedly, and obviously not a great way into the session as we get another look. A couple more guys. Alex Chandler moves up the list a little bit, and Antonio Pizzonia sets a faster time, but still a 10th.5 off in 5th position.
All right, time is winding down. About 20 seconds to go here for qualifying for our micros. Valentino Santillan right now on the pole with that 40.186 and a 40.196 for Yao Bondeman. Romalo and Maxwell will be up next. Pizzonio Jr. and Orbizo. Van Beek and Chandler. It'll be Colton Scheinenberg and Josh Bergman as they just come by the start-finish to start to pick up the checkered flag. That'll end the session. We'll just wait for a couple other carts to come by the start-finish, see if they were able to make up some ground on the, looks like was going to be the pole sitter, Valentino Santillan.
Yeah, last effort here. We see all three of the top five there. Pizzonia, Valdeman, and Santillan all tried to improve, but none of them were able to improve their time. Nico Orbezo, the closest guy, improving to 40.319. He slots in the 6th position. But yeah, Valentino Santillan, a close qualifying, but he comes out on top ahead of Yao Bondeman, Mateus Ramello, Maxwell Amacha, Antonio Pizzonia. All 5 of them put together a good session, as well as Nico Obreza, the top 6 within a 10th and a half of each other. Then Liam Van Beek, we saw him in the barrier earlier, still comes away in 7th. So that lap time of a 40.653 stood up very well in micro. Alex Chandler in 8th. Colin Scheinberg in 9th. And rounding out your top 10, another guy we saw in the barrier briefly was Josh Bergman. Right. So a good run for him.
Good run for Josh. Able to get back out there and put up a good number, a 40.762, which will slot him into that 10th position.
Yeah, and we're going to use this opportunity now to get a commercial break as we get set to go for the next class. I believe that is the junior VLR category, or junior ROK category. So we will be live back here on the PA, on Kart Chaser, wherever you're watching. Stay tuned.
on the out lap, but has put it in the outside retaining wall. He has tried to get back going. It looks like he's almost fired back up, but he's got to wait and find a good spot in line, and I believe they may end up clearing that one off the racetrack. So unfortunate there for the 212 Alexandre Goulet, because he will not be able to put anything of a lap together, and he will more than likely drop to the tail end of the leaderboard here as the times continue to come on in. He'll drop all the way down outside the top 20 now and all the way down to 25th. Meanwhile, Ernesto Rivera in the Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic, hot off a fantastic weekend at AMR Motorplex in Homestead, Miami, with a win in the main events over there. He won Super Nationals 25 as well over Caleb Gaffera, and he comes into this year trying to prove himself to be the top dog under the RPG Cosmic camp. So Ernesto Rivera, quickest initially. However, Joseph Lonnie, one of the many Canadians coming down here on the Powerhouse Pro Karting camp in the 221 was quickest. Now Stephen Miller in that Chad Duncan Racing Alonso kart goes quicker. Here's Rivera. He leads Miller and a couple over through turn at number 3. So there he goes coming on out. Stephen Miller a little bit better than him that time. And Oliver Weldon in the 298 JC Karting Lando Norris kart. Third here on the opening couple laps, about 4/10 off the pace.
Yeah, what a great weekend last weekend for Ernesto. And looks like he'd like to continue that streak, like to get himself up on that top podium. Right now he's at 36,741 to the 36,455 of Stephen Miller. Miller once again is just going to hang on. Oliver Weldon improved a little bit, went up into the second spot. And as I say that, Mayor Deonarin, how about Mayor in the 244, a 36,423. And as I say that, Anthony Martella in the 211 goes purple, 36,383. Theo Salamo, that is, the 36,423. Right now he sits in that second spot in the 251. Mayor Deonarin, the 244, now down in the third. Steve Miller in that fourth position. Joseph Lanai in that fifth spot. And again, as they come back by the start-finish line, boy, these guys continue to move back and forth, up and down the charts here. Still about 3.5 minutes left to go in qualifying here for our juniors. See a kart kind of slow going into turn number 1, able to get it back underway. It was Steve Miller that went purple that time, a 36.100 for Steven. Oliver Weldon in that second spot. Mayor Deonarin now in that third, and Anthony Martello in the fourth. Caleb Campbell now, the 295, has moved up into that fifth spot. As I say it, we've got another.
We got a tie at the top
of the board. Yeah, we sure do.
36-100 for all three there at the top as we watch the field come down the start-finish line straight away. There's Chase Biscaglia in the Motorsport Paralyn. Here is one of the Speed Concepts racing entries headed into turn at number 1. The 211 of Anthony Martella is 6th at the moment. There last time by, no improvement for him as he heads over to turn at number 3 in the middle of about a 3 or 4 car train with one of the AM racing team drivers behind him. As they go to turn number 5, they'll head through the kink at turn 6 over to the dog leg, then into turns 7 and 8. Kind of swings them out there, and again, that could be a tight passing zone. Talk of Blake Nash, again, our pole winner in Pro ROK Senior earlier this week, said his favorite passing zone has been coming into turn number 8. Again, a zone that I didn't see as much of a passing opportunity back in 2022, and even this year here, it's a little bit different for the shifter drivers, but again, they've put a lot of effort into trying to work with this racetrack, add a little more raceability to it. Obviously, you can see turn number 2, the run into turn number 3, major change from last year, and turn 3 tightened up as well. So hopefully we'll see some good dive bombs in that hairpin also. We got one slowing on the outside here of turn number 8. That is Enzo Vidmontien in the Motorsport Paralyn, who was top of the boards earlier. I don't know if he's trying to find clear racetrack or if he's trying to pull on it. He is down in 18th right now. Rough run for him, about half second off, and the chain guard had come loose for Enzo. So we'll see if he pulls into the scale line here this time as we watch another lap come on through. And indeed, Enzo Vidmontien taking a look back at the right rear of that go-kart, and he will work his way slowly down the front straightaway with that chain guard popping up. So the chain guard, of course, here's a great look on the front straightaway we'll take a look at. So Enzo Vidmontien, you can see, for those new to karting here, that chain guard right by the right rear tire, that's that plastic piece kind of sticking up.
Sticking up, yes.
It's held in by 2 bolts, or in some cases a couple of push pin or safety pins.
Right.
One on the top and then one that kind of bolts onto the back. So for that chain guard, I believe it's probably the pin came out on the top and it slacks back, but the bolt will hold it in place. So it'll stay on the cart, which makes it continue. It keeps it legal.
Right.
Because if that chain guard is completely gone, if you lose that piece, you'll get disqualified. So it still stays on, but then it starts flapping in the wind, catching a little bit more, causing the touch of more drag and pull in the air. And sometimes, again, the more that wobbles that bolt, with that just slap in the back bumper, it eventually could come off. So
I tell you what, Xander, they're still having a good time out there trying to qualify for our juniors. Look at the top 5 right now. Sebastian Garzone, Ernesto Rivera in the 4th spot. Christian Cameron's now in the 4th. Stephen Miller 3rd. Oliver Weldon in that 2nd position. And then last time by went purple was Anthony Martella, a 35.888. So right now, Anthony, with about 20 seconds left in the session, probably this time by, we'll probably see the checkered flag at the start-finish here. Just a couple of more ticks of the clock. Will anybody be able to beat that 35.888 of Anthony Martella? All right, checkered flag is out. Let's wait for everybody to come back around.
Half a tenth there here. Let's see it. So first coming across the line, couple of the back markers here across. That is going to be, actually that one decently up there. That was Joseph Lonnie in the 221 Powerhouse Pro Racing Tony Kart. He goes 9th for the Canadian. Stephen Miller rounding the final turn here. He is 3rd, has topped the board for a lot of the session. Does he go quicker? Oliver Weldon as well. No improvements on lap number 12 for 2nd or 3rd. Martella does not improve. The top 5 all locked in with Theo Salamao and Christian Cameron. On the PSL Karting Bureau alert there, he slots into 4th, Rivera to 6th, and all the way down to the top 10 with Caleb Campbell in that 295 Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. But unfortunate start to the weekend for Enzo Vidmontiana, the Motaz Sport Paralyn. A couple of wins last week in Homestead, Miami, and here in St. Petersburg just a few days later. It is a rougher start. He will roll off P20 for his heat races, for the opening heat race here this week, and I believe they're static, so they'll stay the same all the way through, but I cannot remember off the top of my head. It's been a minute since we've been at a ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour.
Sure.
Of course, the two differences, static to progressive. For those tuning in, progressive heats would mean from heat 1, where you finish, starts you for heat number 2, and then, of course, into heat number 3, and then you have the average that goes into the pre-final, or you have what we call static grids, the grids set by qualifying for all 3 heat races, and then they're reset grids based off the averages for the pre-finals. I think they're progressive, though. Which again means Enzo Vidmontiana, he's just got to drive from the back one time in heat number 1. Wouldn't have to come from the back of the field in all 3. We'll take another commercial break here, live from St. Petersburg, Florida, at the Tropicana Field, home of the Tampa Bay Rays and home of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour's opening weekend for 2023. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage. Next up will be VLR Master Qualifying, and during that we'll get a word with some of our top pro ROK Shifter pilots as they get set to do battle. AJ Myers, Marin Kremers, the 2 big names that enter the weekend here after a lengthy rivalry that spanned 2022. They both split a number of major main events, even had a big run-in over in Salt Lake City, Utah, where the rivalry seemed to really come to a head, and now it starts again in 23. But a lot of respect between both of them. They put on some awesome racing here, and I'm curious to see if 2 of the best in the world champion Marin Kremers, American champion AJ Myers, can find a way to pass on this racetrack with some of the improvements that have been made. So we'll find that out shortly as we take a break in the action and we come back here for everyone watching at home. Thanks for tuning in. Share it. Send it to your friends. We got racing coming up top of the hour.
All right, here we go. VLR Masters out on the track for qualifying here at the 2023 Florida Winter Tour, the 25th edition. Right here in St. Petersburg, Florida. Tropicana Field right to our right here. Of course, we're out in one of their parking lots. Got a temporary circuit here. As I mentioned earlier, it's 12 turns, about 6/10 of a mile. Again, our next group, about 6 deep here. Lauren Mardan, Alex Dalbon, Mark Pavin, Luis Quiones, Gallo Barros, and Ryan Molina will be our drivers out on the track right now. Again, 8-minute qualifying section underway. Still got about 6 minutes to go. They referred to them as Masters because this group starts 32 plus. So anybody over the age of 32 can get out there and battle with the Masters class. They have Master Shifter as well. Same thing, over 32 plus. Had quite a few of the guys last year just getting totally beat up running the track and had some rib injuries. Were not able to complete the entire day or weekend in that case. But nonetheless, right now it's still Lauren Mardan, the 782, the Techno Kart 37905. Mark Pavin in the 754 right now sitting in that second spot. Alex Dalbon would round out your top 3 in the 721. Absolutely beautiful day here in St. Pete. I know for all of our Canadian friends, it's great to be down here in South Florida. Well, I guess they would refer to this probably more along the lines of a central area. But still, beautiful day out here. Got us quite a crowd along the fence line. See some folks pulling up, wondering what in the world is going on over here in this temporary circuit, and it's kart racing at its finest. Again, our VLR Masters, Lauren Mardan, once again, top 37.739, went purple that time by in the 782. So, all right, Xander, there is a familiar name at the top of the group here. Just getting underway. Lauren Mardan, a 37.739.
Yeah, Laurentiu, of course, has been dominant in VLR Master competition over the last couple seasons. Numbers a little bit down the first time the class has actually dipped, I think, a little bit since its inception, unfortunately, at 6 entries here this week. But I expect a bit more when we get back to permanent racetracks over at PK Race Park. Like I said, I'm pretty impressed with the way the temp circuit came out here. I think if we would have known there'd been a little bit of adjustments in where the tracks kind of come out, I think it might have gotten some more drivers to come this way. But, again, it's a long haul. Talk with Laurentiu. He's obviously, as well, you know, would have loved to race against a few more. He almost debated.
Oh, no doubt.
He said if there were some more in VLR Senior, he'd just take the weight off and go run Senior against the kids. But we still only have about 7 or 8 in that class. So
right.
He's a racer at heart. I was talking with him this morning as well. He's looking to hopefully get the ride to get on over to the Rotax World Finals. That's an event that's on his bucket list. He's been able to make it over to the ROK World Finals, I think, as a mechanic. I don't know if he's raced the event before, but would be in contention at least here, dominating VLR Master to get himself a ticket to Rock Vegas. Here's a look a little further back. I believe that is going to be Galo Barros on the 771 VTM Racing Team entry, or maybe Alex Dalbon on the Lando Norris cart. So we'll find out here in a moment as he works his way on through, and we'll get an ID on that one. In the meantime here, qualifying continues to get set for interviews down by turn at number 1. Emery Lida will try and chat with, I think, the Pro ROK Shifters, but I think we may run just a little bit tight on time. So we'll see if we can get him down there to do some interviews for us before we get the rest of the session underway. In the meantime, again here, 2.5 minutes to go. Laurentiu Mardan continues to show the way.
You know, you never know what could happen. I remember, you know, the ending for Laurentiu in Las Vegas a couple of years ago. gentleman had gone out and won every single practice, every single race, only to have his chain come off as he came out onto the track for the finals.
Yep.
That was just crazy. We were like, both of us were like, where did he go?
Yeah, went out on the outlap. And,
Yes.
it was just, unfortunate deal for him, dominating the whole week. But they knew he was there, made an impact, no doubt. And then, of course, went to the Winter Tour last year, dominated all the way through, went to ROK Vegas, was competitive there.
Yes.
But the VLR Master Field stepped it up quite a bit.
It really
we had
did.
a lot of talent join the VLR Master class for the ROK Vegas event in 2022. Hopefully that continues into 2023, especially this year. The collaboration with ROK Cup USA and Supercarts USA has never been better. That is awesome to see. The ROK and SCUSA groups worked together beautifully last year, shared the paddock. Teams were sponsors at both events and supported both events. Were able to leave their tents up, leave their trailers in the paddock area for 3 weeks straight with the gap week in between, and then they shared a lot of equipment. It worked out really good for everybody. Worked out great for the race teams and customers. Worked out great for the company, the promoter groups, because they were able to share costs. They were able to share the costs of their containers, of their fences. Only one pickup and only one drop off. So again, that's really the brunt of the cost for the rentals. Over by us, for example, we've got our pop-up canopy up just in front of 4 mobile mini modular containers, and the rental during the week is equal to pretty much the drop-off rate, if not more. I think it's almost $1,000 just to come and put this thing down the ground, and then another probably $500 to $1,000 to pick it up, take it on the road, and then another $1,000 to $2,000 to rent it for a week, which again was something that I had looked into for us as well, because it's such a nice compound. They do things really well. So just to put into perspective, again, that's an added cost that the ROK Cup crew and the Supercarts USA crew have to do whenever they do these temporary circuits. And ROK's got 4 of these things here behind us, plus 4 tractor trailers back behind turn number 3 that they fill up with barriers that they got to bring over here. And they've got 2 separate sets of barriers because it costs more money to take the tractor trailers cross country to Vegas or to go over here. So they bought a second set. And so they got the set of East Coast barriers here for the eastern half of the country for the Florida Winter Tour, and a set of West Coast barriers and equipment for the ROK Vegas event here with the Tech Pros. So,
and one thing about those particular barriers, once they hit them, you hear it real quick. Sounds like a boom.
Big boom. Yeah.
It's a big sonic boom. Boom! It's like, okay, where'd that happen?
Yeah.
Everybody's spinning around trying to figure out who just ran into the wall.
Well, the checkered flag has come out here in VLR Master Qualifying. I don't know if we'll get a word in with our pro ROK Shifter drivers before they get underway, but to give you an idea where they stacked up here at the end of final practice, well, it was, again, as we mentioned, pretty tight. However, the track has changed just a little bit so far as we've watched a number of different drivers go through the top of the leaderboard. A.J. Myers was really quick to start the weekend yesterday. Marian Kremers was kind of on the back foot, making up ground as the field went on through. And then through the rest of the weekend here, it's just continued to tighten up as the rubber's gone down and as more drivers have continued to figure out the racetrack. So when you take a look back, let's say at practice 2 today here, the final practice before for qualifying, A.J. Myers just over a 10th on Marian Kremers, another 10th back to Pedro Piquet in the PK Sports Bureau Art, then Josh Conker here, the Canadian, in the 423 Maranello was 4th. Giorgio Carrara in the International Motorsport Lenzo Kart was 5th, and that was only, again, about 3/10 off the pole for the top 5. Baylor Griffin in that Orsolin Racing Bureau Art was 6th. Vincenzo Saraceno on the TV kart in 7th. Dominic Legrand 8th. Hunter Pickett down in the 9th spot. And Ethan Boer rounds out the top 10 here. 12 in total with Lucio Massini and Riley Pegram down at the end. And the karts have made it onto the racetrack. So here's a look at Vincenzo Saraceno's TV kart just ahead of one more, and I believe that might be Lucio Massini in the 426 that joins him under that camp. But all eyes again will rest on A.J. Myers as he tries to get that number 1 plate back here for 2024 and retake the Florida Winter Tour title after winning it for 3 years ongoing and just coming up shy in 22 to Danny Formal, who was phenomenal through the season. I mean, it was dominant in the main events for him. AJ was the only guy that could really hold the candle to him through the year, but neither of them had to go up against the man on the screen. Marian Kremers was running in the single-speed division. They had him in the ROK GP class. Now, with Mateus Morgado and Diego Ramos signed, Marian Kremers gets to go back to where he has won his world championship in the gearbox categories. He chases down Hunter Pickett in that Pickett Racing PSL karting team colors, and then of course there's A.J. Myers in that Magic Kart in the 428.
Speaking of Marian, right to the top, 36.113. I say that. There goes Lucio Massini right around with a 36.112. Vincenzo Saraceno goes to the top real quickly there, 35.562. Dominic Legrand right there in the second spot, the 493. You know, speaking of Danny Formal, the one thing exciting about Danny is he's actually not with us this weekend running his shifter kart. He's actually in Daytona. He's going to be a part of a team that's going to run the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona next weekend. So if you get a chance, you're a big Danny fan, you can go and watch him race at Daytona against the finest drivers in the world for that Rolex 24. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and we'll get him back in the Pro Shifter Kart here multiple times through this year. I think the U.S. Pro Kart Series opener in Orlando, I was eyeballing his schedule with him of what races he can make it at. He was on site at Homestead Miami Speedway last weekend doing some driver coaching for the juniors at Rawlson Performance Group, and then, of course, had to get over to Daytona here this week to go ahead and do all the pre-race media and the roar before the 24 this weekend. And then, of course, next week the 24 Hours event goes on through. Now, 5 minutes to go. A.J. Myers, he's your quickest by 3.5 tenths of a second. A long way to go here for Giorgio Carrara. And Marian Kremers was trapped behind Hunter Pickett for a moment. He's now 4 tenths back, so we will keep an eye on the man from the Netherlands, Marian Kremers, who needs to find some time. Here he comes, got through traffic. He's got Giorgio Carrara on the Lenzo kart behind him. Across the line to the start finish. Oh, we're over here over in turn number 8. We'll pick up another one as that is going to be, I believe, Vincenzo Saraceno. No, that'll be Baylor, or the 426 Ralph Schumacher car to Lucio Massini in the Powerhouse Racing entry. Here's a look at a big group of them coming across. Marian Kremers was not able to improve on that previous lap enough. A 35.136. That's a ways off where he was in final practice. He got down to a 34.6. So maybe this time by for Marian Kremers. Otherwise, the 401 is going to be working his way from the back of the grid, or mid-grid really, because he is 5th. Josh Conker with a great lap on that Maranello goes to 2nd. There he goes on through the corner. We'll cycle around here to find another one. A.J. Myers will cross the line here with 4 minutes to go, and he's continued to find a little more pace as there we go with the group across. You see Baylor Griffin right behind Vincenzo Saraceno, then the 493 of Dominic Legrand in that PSL Karting Barrel Art. He also jumps into the top 5, and he also best Kremers. So Legrand, Pickett, Kremers, all half a second off and within about 100th of each other. Now, A.J. Myers, you'll see him slow down over to turn 3. He might be setting up for another lap at it because they got time, so they'll take a lap to cool down the tires.
Marian once again. Got there back around A.J.
Took a while, but there he goes. A.J. Myers going to give himself some clear racetrack, but Marian Kremers has gone to the top. 34.502, 4 thousandths of a second better. Myers is going to set up for another run here with 3 minutes to go. We'll see if he can do anything more with it.
Yeah, just looking down the list here, see Hunter Pickett out there. Right now, Hunter sitting in that 9th position with a 34.994 his best time.
In goes Baylor Griffin there. We just saw him pull on in, another one in behind him, and one more to the pit lane. So Myers starting the lap now. This could be the burner for him in that Magic Kart, the number 428 machine. 4 thousandths of a second to find. Giorgio Carrara, Marian Kremers. Here we go into turn number 3. So Kremers also still hunting for more. Last time by, took another slow lap. Might do a quick one here this time as Myers rounds the final turns. Can A.J. Myers go back to the top? Right now, Marian Kremers would start on the dirty side of the racetrack, but he would be on the pole across the line for the 428. No improvement there. 34.542, half a tenth off as Josh Conker moves out of the way. And Myers goes for one more lap here, headed over to turn number 3. Josh Conker coming into the scale line. He will settle into what will be at best 4th as Pedro Piquet moves into the top 5 with a great run to 3rd.
Yeah, no doubt. A great run there. That last lap of 34.688 will put Pedro right there in that 3rd spot. Josh Conker, good run for Josh in the 423 of 34.722, his best time. Right now, that slots him into the 4th spot. Giorgio Carrera right now in 5th, just waiting for everybody to cross the start-finish line here. Still got about a minute and a half left in shifter qualifying. So, again, Marian Kremers on the top, 34.502 to the 34.506 of A.J. Myers. Does A.J. have another lap in there? Does he have another lap in those tires? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, he is going for it right now as they head to the back section. We see Conker coming on through, so I believe maybe I mixed up one of the other Maranellos. I think that might have been maybe Ethan Boer. I thought Conker had pulled in, but my mistake.
Conker remains on the racetrack. He's coming across the line looking for more. And the car blows Racing Engines Maranello. He goes still no better. 34.797, half a tenth off for him. AJ Myers took a slow lap that lap. He's going to do another push lap this time by. So what I mean by a slow lap, he's dropping about 3 to 4 seconds, cools the tires back off, and then tries to make another run, which is interesting because we haven't seen a lot of guys do that in Shifter. A lot of the time they'll run their quick lap and pull in, not try to slow down and then go for another good one. For Marin Kremers, though, he's going to sit on that 35 flat, or 34.5 flat, 34.502, 4 thousandths to the good on the pole. Myers across the line this time by. No better, 34.628 for AJ, so he cannot go any bit quicker. Conker cannot as well, 34.90 for the Canadian, and that'll do it. Myers in, Conker in with 20 seconds to go. They will park those ones, and Pedro Piquet, I believe, has pulled into the scale house as well. Giorgio Carrara is the only one inside the top 5 that remains on the racetrack in the International Motorsport Lenzo Kart. Was inside the top 5 last week, but not close enough to challenge. He's a little bit closer to the pace this week at 2.5 tenths off to find. And the factory Lenzo Kart driver will see the checkered flag. Any change? It will not. 34.86, a tenth off of his best for Giorgio Carrara. So Marin Kremers, pole position in the PSL karting. VLR gets the boys in red at least one of the 2 headline divisions pole awards. AJ Myers second, Pedro Piquet third, Josh Conker, Giorgio Carrara, Vincenzo Saraceno. In the privateer TB kart will round out the top 6. Baylor Griffin a couple hundredths back in 7th. Hunter Pickett in the PSL karting VLR 8th, Dominic Legrand 9th, Lucio Massini 10th, Ethan Boer and Riley Pegram will round out the field here in Pro ROK Shifter. It's time to go racing, ladies and gentlemen. VLR Jr. The engines have fired. We'll be right back live from Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, Florida. The first round of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour rolls on, and it's time to throw the green flag on the 2023 ROK season. Welcome back here live from Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg. Let's take you through the starting lineup as we get set to go green here with VLR Jr. Christian Cameron in the PSL karting. VLR will start on the pole alongside Stephen Miller in the Chad Dawkin Racing Alonzo kart.
Have to keep an eye on those two. To begin with, here comes the number 804 of Ernesto Rivera. Going to start off in that 3rd position. Shun Sekiguchi in the 858 will be in 4th. Anthony Martella up next, the 811, and Leonardo Escarponi in the 855. That'll put us all the way back to the 4th row. Victor D'Alencar will be in the 857. It'll be Peyton Westcott up next, the 898. Salvador Della Vecchia, Salvador in the 816. Right now it actually changed. It looks like they've got Turner Brown and Diego Ardiles have moved up the list here.
Yeah, we'll wait for it to update as they come on through. It looks good on the tram line. Do we get a green? We do. We're underway down to turn 1, and what a start to the inside here for this 12-lap heat race for Christian Cameron. Got a couple that got shoved wide, and we got more contact in turn 2, but we're clean and green at the front of the field, and look at Ernesto Rivera quickly dive into the bottom side to block and defend as they head over to turn number 4 and 5. We got a few more lined up there, but about 5 cars deep here in the field as we work our way over through the infield section. We got one on the wall. It's the 868 machine. We'll try and identify who we got there. That was, oh wow, that was Turner Brown. Turner Brown and the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed is fired up. Started inside the top 5, and he ends his heat race early as we got a battle for the lead. We are nearly 3 wide. Ernesto Rivera and Stephen Miller go through. Miller, little bump and run to Rivera as well at the end of the corner. And Stephen Miller goes to the lead now.
So that puts Christian Cameron back into that 3rd spot. Boy, they are bumping and banging as they're coming through turn 1. Now they're out.
What a line of go-karts.
Turn number 5 and 6. What a line of go-karts is absolutely right. It was actually the 2nd place driver that went purple, Ernesto Rivera, that 39.862. Stephen Miller, Anthony Martella. Here they come back down the front stretch once again.
So great look at the field as they head on through. Stephen Miller down into the first corner here. 2 car lengths up on Ernesto Rivera. Christian Cameron getting eaten up a little bit on the start, continuing to go. Shun Sekiguchi in the Super Tune USA Tony Kart from Japan finds himself in the 4th spot with heavy pressure coming here in this battle for P4 over to turn number 5. No change just yet, but Anthony Martella continues to add some pressure in that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. Right behind him there to close out that top 6 is Peyton Westcott on the Nash Motorsports EOS Kart. Christopher Aitken in the Chad Dawkin Racing KR runs in 7th. He's a little bit further back and now is actually falling back 1 more spot as he's got Leo Scorpioni that's gone by him for P7. Moved him down behind him and just ahead of Carson Weinberg. While up at the front, looked like we had a little shuffle in the 5th spot. Give it to Peyton Westcott. He gets by Martella and the leader's starting to get away. Stephen
Just a
Miller.
little bit of a gap there. You're right. Go right ahead. Go ahead.
Stephen Miller continuing to lead the way, but Ernesto Rivera pulling on with him as we watch him head over to turn number 8 here, single file.
Yeah, I couldn't help but notice that they had stretched out just a little bit over Christian Cameron sitting back in that 3rd position. Again, he's got a little gap back to the 4th spot. Here they come back down the front stretch. Still, the 873 out in front. That's Stephen Miller. Rivera right there all over his back end. It was actually Ernesto. Ernesto went purple that time. 37.145 for the 804. Again, just banking lap number 4 here, working 5 of 12. It's heat race number 1 for our VLR Juniors, kicking off the Florida Winter Tour for 2023, and we're celebrating 25 years.
Yeah, 25 years of the Florida Winter Tour. Cool to see Bill Wright down in Homestead last weekend, who had bought the Florida Winter Tour many years ago and operated it before selling ultimately to the Max Speed Group and then over to ROK Cup USA. And as we watch the times come in here, here's a look. Ernesto Rivera's gone to the lead, of course. He's put himself ahead of Stephen Miller last time by, and that pass has brought Christian Cameron a little bit closer, not a ton, but inching towards the lead as we've got an interview set up here. Let's go down trackside to the man that's put himself on the pole. Marin Kremers is your pole award winner here in Pro ROK Shifter, and he is down on the grid with Emery. No, I think we're going to be just out of range there to get that microphone going here, so we will pull it away for a second and see if we can come back. Just out of range for that microphone here, so we'll pull it away and see if we can get a little better angle to chat with the drivers down by the grid over there. But in the meantime, VLR Jr. continues to roll on. Rivera and Miller leading the way here, and we are just about the halfway mark. 6 in, 6 to go, coming to 5 laps to go this time by.
Once again, it was Stephen Miller, 2nd place driver to win purple that last time by. Still, Ernesto Rivera, Stephen Miller, Christian Cameron, Shun Sekiguchi, Peyton Westcott, Anthony Martella, Leonardo Escarponi in 7th, Christopher Aiken in the 8th spot, Carson Weinberg 9th. Look at Emma Scarborough on the move. Emma up now into the 10th spot. So again, we're banking lap number 7. Working lap number 8 of 12. Our first group out here to officially kick off the Florida Winter Tour here in St. Petersburg. In the parking lot at the Tropicana Field, home of the Tampa Rays. Got all the way down to the 5th place driver. Went purple that time by. It was Peyton Westcott. 36.815 to his 36.963 for our leader right now, and that'll be Ernesto Rivera trying to double up, if you will.
Yeah, we can see him right on our screen here. The 2-car tandem of Ernesto Rivera and Stephen Miller will come down to the wire. They're going to have 3 laps to go this time by, so we'll keep it dialed in on the leaders. Behind him, Christian Cameron continues to watch on the screen there. Got a big line of go-karts all the way back, but it'll be a two-driver fight, it looks like, for now. It just depends when Rivera wants to start blocking in turn 2 or maybe turn 3. He's taken a little bit longer from the exit of the corner to shift back to the outside lane, but he's not fully defending the position just yet. They'll get the 2-to-go signal this time by from head flagger Justin Dittrich here as they work their way out of turn number 6 and into 7 and 8. Ernesto Rivera, Stephen Miller, little low into 8, and this time it'll again be shown to be go time. Double sticks coming.
Getting ready to pick up the 2 to go. Boy, I tell you what, here comes Stephen looking to the inside as they head into 1. Stephen Miller to the top, got around Ernesto Rivera as they go to turn number 3. What a great pass there. Of course, they're looking up and seeing a yellow flag out there coming out of turn number 4. Heading down for 4 at 5. And Ernesto goes right back around him on that short chute coming towards turn number 6. Now they're heading for 8 and 9. And again, Ernesto Rivera has gotten back around Stephen Miller, pushing Stephen back into second spot. And that's allowed Christian Cameron now to make a move and try to get to the back bumper.
And he's going to block down to 1. He'll go to the low side. He blocked into 8 as well. Final lap here of the opening heat race of the weekend in VLR Jr. Ernesto Rivera showing the way to turn 3. Opens up this time, little bit low going in. And let's see, does he leave the door open in turn 5? He looks back, he will not. Miller has to go wide, looks to cross him over. Here comes Cameron. Miller trying to cross him up out of 6. Can't get the nose down low to turn 7, turn 8. Final couple corners here. On through single file, and Rivera looking solid. He'll bring it down the straightaway and bring it home for the first one of the year. Ron John, VLR Jr.
Bam! Ernesto takes the victory. What a great run. We knew it was going to be a close race here amongst these guys. It's pretty much the way it kind of shook out last weekend as well.
Yeah, just about. I think that's a good testament to the racing we'll be seeing here to bring you through the top 10. Ernesto Rivera bams his way to the first win of the weekend with a heat win here in heat number 1 in this 12-lap heat race. Stephen Miller second, Christian Cameron third, Anthony Martella up 3 spots to 4th, Shun Sekiguchi rounds the top 5, Peyton Westcott 6th, Scorpione 7th, Carson Weinberg up 7 spots to 8th, Emma Scarborough, great drive forward, and the Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic up 11 positions from 20th on the grid into 9th, Chris Aitken goes to 10th, and then again, heartbreak there for Turner Brown on the opening lap, and bad news for Jordan DeLeo and the Goodwood Kartways Intrepid. Both of them 28th and 29th with a DNF and no laps turned here in the opening heat race. So we're live from Tropicana Field. We'll get set for more action here. Enjoy the views, enjoy the music, and as the field gets set for more action here, VLR Sr is set to go green here shortly. Oh, actually, we've got one interview lined up here, I think, down on the grid. Let's see if we can send it on down and try it here. Emery, do you got us down by the grid? I think we got a little bit of an audio issue there. We'll sort that out here in just a few moments and get set for more here live from Tropicana Field. Enjoy the views for ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour's opening weekend here live from St. Petersburg.
Field just now coming through turns number 4 and 5 into 6 now, down through 7, heading for turn number 8 and 9. The back end of the track here, again, 12 turn, about 6/10 of a mile layout here in St. Pete as they come roaring down the front stretch. Once again, Halio with his head all the way down. And once again, it was Wes Duchek, a 36.946 to the 37.041 for the leader. Wes has definitely got the speed. And of course, it's always one thing to catch the leader, it's another thing to pass them. So keeping an eye as they now come through turns number 8 and 9 through 10, 11. Last one, turn number 12, and again, once down the front stretch, back by the start-finish once again, picking up the halfway flags at the start-finish. Got our flag master out there today. I always call him Shaggy, the Shagster. Working the flags this weekend. Grayson Regian, 37.477 right now, got him locked into that third position. Halio Meza, though, out in front. 37.115 for Halio last time by. As Xander had mentioned, it's the 9.27 now that he's moved up into the seniors. And we've got a change in the lead. That was Wes Duchek that went by Halio Meza coming down the front stretch. Banking lap number 8 of 12, working number 9. Let's keep an eye on him as he comes out of turn number 4 and 5. That time by, Wes has actually pulled out just a little bit over Halio. So they head towards the back end of the track here through turns number 8 and 9. Beautiful day here in St. Pete. Here comes our leaders down the front stretch. Wes takes a peek over his shoulder to the right and notices that Halio Meza is sitting right there, just waiting for him to make a mistake. So the top two have kind of pulled out a little bit of a spread there between the third and second drivers, about 2.5 seconds between second and third now. That's going to leave the top two basically out there in front to battle it out as we're working lap number 10 of 12. This time by, they'll be picking up the 2 to go. So it's VLR seniors. Again, Halio looks to the outside. Will he have enough time? Will he be able to make the over-under? Not that time. But I tell you what, he is all over the back end of Wes Duchek, heading through turns number 4 and 5. Now down to 6. Halio to the outside. Looked like he was going to try that over and under, trying to really get into that position where he can be to the inside, which is the preferred line. And as I say that, it looks like he's gotten back around Wes as they come through turn number 11 into 12. Back down the front stretch once again. Both of them absolutely slamming the brakes on heading into 1, and Wes was able to make a pass. Again, Halio is still right there low of his back bumper. 2 to go. Waiting for him as they're side by side, heading through 6. Halio again looking to that inside, again, where he's coming out of. That's the preferred position to be in, to the inside. He was able to get back around Wes. Here they come. Down the front stretch for the last time. Bam! Halio Meza. What a great battle there between Wes Duchek and Halio Meza. Wes will end up in that second position. Grayson Regian in the third. Jed Perkins in fourth. Braden Domingue in the fifth position. The 985 is Miles Hewitt, and then Hoping Zhang. It'll round out that group. So congratulations to Helio Meza.
Yeah, solid performance for Elio Meza there. We'll see if we can grab a word with the kid, the 2022 Florida Winter Tour VLR Junior champion. Now kicks off VLR Senior with a pole run and the win in the opening heat race. He'll be back again, and we'll see if Emery can get him. We'll do that mic check one more time and try and line it up, or we can get some more interview cameras here after this commercial break. Again, that'll be during the next session as we get set to jump down a couple age groups for some of the kids to head on onto the racetrack. 2 groups in the books, and a lot more heat racing still to come live on Kart Chaser.
Want to know a crucial part of the magic that's taken AJ Myers to multiple national championships? Check out Greyhound Racing Suits and their full catalog of options, from their R1 and R1 Extra soft seats for high grip conditions, their Viper medium seat for medium grip, and the RS2 stiff seat for low grip conditions. It's time to win. It's time to see why Greyhound makes the difference. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
Welcome back here to Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, Florida for the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. My name's Xander Clements. Alongside me, Ron John Ebersole. And fences continue to line here on this sunny afternoon. It's getting pretty warm outside, to say the least here. The breeze has died down a little bit, and I want to say breaking a bit of a sweat in Florida, which is
Mr. Sun has popped out.
Yeah, he's definitely out there, which is a welcomed Florida sunshine here in January compared to that March Orlando Kart Center weekend. We had to close the winter tour 2 months later with rain, with cold, with wind. I mean, it was brutal conditions. Tested the drivers. They had night racing because of how long the day went. We had flooding delays and lightning delays, and I mean, anything you could think of in a race week could happen all in one day on Situation Saturday.
And of course,
the Florida Winter Tour finale last year.
The famous bee thing, right?
Oh yeah, of course. We could not forget the fact
the bee in it.
that
you
you ate
me on
a
my
bee.
tongue. Yes, I tried to eat a bee.
Yeah.
And he didn't like that.
No, not at all.
Thankfully, I was not allergic to him, because that would have been pretty ugly.
Yeah, thankfully.
That was just crazy.
Thankfully, that was a rental mixer that we spit the
Oh my gosh.
over.
Oh, yes. I felt so embarrassed when I did that. I didn't know what I just wanted to get rid of the bee.
I mean, understandable.
Yeah, absolutely. Thankfully, that doesn't happen every weekend.
Yeah, lucky to have that avoided here.
Yes.
But just a few moments away here before we get going with the next division here, as we are 2 heat races in, a little more clearing out. And I think maybe getting back onto schedule. We've been rolling through these heats pretty quickly here to start off the morning or the afternoon. So I think we've got a little more coming our way. But nonetheless, here the lights are on, and we're going to get set to go in just a few moments with the minis, one of the bigger divisions on the weekend here at nearly 30 total. Kai Johnson had a great run in qualifying. Here they are down on the grid as 1 minute command is given, so the engines will fire down over by turn number 3. He starts alongside Marco Romero there in the yellow and blue machine. That'll make up row number 1. You look further down the grid there to row 2 as they are side by side, and we'll get set to go all the way down the rest of the grid. We'll give the rest of the lineup when it comes. But Kai Johnson and Marco Romero, great start. There's Max Christia in the Motorsport parallel in the 139. He'll roll off P3. And a pretty solid qualifying effort for the Georgia-based driver. And then on backwards to one of the other Team Bennick entries that we have on the field. I'll try and pull that one up here in just a moment to go on through our lineup for the minis. But it was a lot of shuffling at the top there in the end of qualifying for sure. Kai Johnson came on late. It's Royce Vega, my mistake there. Couldn't fully identify Royce Vega. Rolls to the outside of row 2. Antoine Lemieux rolls off to the inside of row 3. It'll be David Zhao in the Goodwood Cartways entry to his outside in 6. Martin Jaramillo 7th alongside Antonio Pizzonia Nito, who makes his mini debut and qualifies in 8. Tyrone Kemper Jr. rolls off in 9th. We got problems for one leaving the grid here. That is the 173. That's Pizzonia Nito. He will get it fired up, though, and rejoin. But he's got to get up there quickly before they hit the commitment line. So hopefully Antonio Pizzonia can get himself back into his spot as the leaders work out of turn 8 and begin the outlap here, Ron John.
Yeah, he's still got quite a ways to go to get back up into his position.
Yeah, he
They're
does,
just
for
now
sure.
forming up. It doesn't look like he's going to make not even the back end of the field by the time they take the
They've got one more warm-up lap here,
okay.
signaling by race director Chuck Yoder just off to the side. So they've got another lap here before they go, so he'll be okay. Yeah, I think a little miscommunication for the kids. Kai Johnson thought that they were going to have to go green that time by.
Yeah. I was just saying, after seeing him form up so quickly, I thought for sure that he was going to have to start in the back and work his way up. Looks like he's going to be able to slot himself right back into his position. All right, going to go a quick 9 laps around the layout here. Kai Johnson, Marco Romero on the front row. As they're looking down the front stretch, they'll come down the front stretch, form up what we call tram lines, keep everybody kind of separated, if you will, as they head down to turn number 1 for the first time. Here we go. Minis getting ready to take, hopefully, the green flag. Lights are out. They are racing down into turn 1. Sounds pretty quiet over there, so that's a good sign. Now they're working their way through turns number 2 and 3, down to 4. Look down as they run down after they come out of turn number 5 and run down all the way down to turn number 6. Looking around the track to see if anybody was able to not continue. Looks like everybody was able to get back around and go, but perhaps one of the back guys in the back had gotten a little squirrely. Still Kai Johnson out there in front. Max Christie now up into that second position. Antoine Lemieux in third. Martin Jaramillo in the 189 right now in fourth. David Zhao in fifth. Marco Romero has been bounced back to the sixth position. It's one of our pole sitters. Tyrone Kemper Jr. finished second last year in the Florida Winter Tour, the 141 from New Orleans. Right now sitting in that seventh spot. Royce Vega eighth. Antonio Pizzonia right now in ninth. And Edward Kennedy in that 10th position. That's your top 10. Just putting lap number 2 in the bank of the 9. Kai Johnson was out in front by about 2/10.
Oh, we got a contact over in the infield in the final sector of the racetrack here. Looks like we got cars off over in turn number 6. However, Kai Johnson continues to lead as they head down to turn 1. 3-driver breakaway. It's Johnson over Christia in the back. Motorsport parallel. We got one Bennick out. That is probably Royce Vega, I would guess. Indeed, Royce Vega out in turn 6. And what a great start there. Let's send it on down here to Emery Lida. We'll do a side-by-side here and check if we've got the range. I hope that we do, and I think we should. He's got Elio Meza, our VLR Sr Heat 1 winner, down with him.
Thank you, Xander. Standing here with Elio Meza. Elio, your first race in VLR Senior, your first heat win. Talk me through it.
So we had a really good start. It was a really good, so we led the couple laps. I knew that Wes was pretty quick, so around halfway he caught up to me. He got around me. I didn't want to fight him too hard. I was able to learn where I was losing, what mistakes I was making, and then coming down into the last 2 laps, we had a little battle, and then I was able to come away with the win.
Yeah, obviously an exciting time for you racing in your first ever senior race. As you look forward to this 2023 season, obviously a lot of racing on the docket for you. Talk me through some of your goals.
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
You've had a really interesting 2022 season in junior, moving up to senior now. What are some of your goals for 2023?
So now it's more of just kind of getting used to the more weight with the senior division, and then just working hard at it again. We're starting back at 0, trying to get a feel for the different no restrictor, the different weight. So now we just gotta work our way up and keep working hard.
All right, well, Elio Meza, an extremely good start to the season. He starts out with a Heat 1 win in VLR Senior. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, congratulations to Haleo. Had a great victory there. Right now, Kai Johnson, the minis out on the track, working lap number 6 now of 9. Kai out in front, the 167. Max Christie still solidly in that second position as they head down into turns number 1 and 2. And it's Antoine Lemieux that has made his way up into the 3rd position. David Zhao went along with him into 4th. Marco Romero now in 5th. Marco went purple the last time by. Fastest on the track, 39.031. Tyrone Kemper Jr. now up into the 6th spot. Edward Kennedy now in 7th. Antonio Bizonia in the 8th position. Fion Shi right now in 9th. And Rocco Simone is sitting in that 10th position in cart number 109. All right, they're picking up those 2 to go here at the start finish. Somebody pounding on their cart coming down the front stretch. I guess he's not getting the results he'd like for it to do. Not really sure what that pounding at it's going to help. But Kai Johnson, your pole sitter, still out there in front, about 0.2 of a second over Antoine Lemieux. Antoine now up into the 2nd position, puts Max Christie back into 3rd. All right, white flag is out. We've got one more time here around the 12-turn, 0.6 of a mile layout here at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, Florida. It's the Florida Winter Tour for 2023. It's the 25th edition, and we're kicking it off right here in St. Petersburg. All right, just now coming through turns number 7 and 8. Kai Johnson out in front. Will he have enough of a gap to be able to hold off those 2 that are tucked in right behind him? Maybe they'll get together and try and push themselves past him, but here comes Kai Johnson. Bam! Kai takes the victory. Great run. Flag to flag for Kai Johnson, the 167. Max Christie in 2nd. David Zhao ends up in that 3rd spot. Good run for David. That'll push Antoine Lemieux back into the 4th spot. Marco Romero 5th. Tyrone Kemper Jr. ends up in the 6th position. Edward Kennedy 7th. Antonio Bizonia in the 8th position. Fion Shi in the 9th. And it would be Hudson Jack Erlin. Hudson Jack right now ends up in that 10th position in the 104. So the first race is in the bank for our minis. And Kai Johnson takes the victory.
Music, Taylor. Oh, cool, thanks. Whenever we do the starting lineups, if you could throw music on too, that'd be awesome.
Okay. I'm just trying to see if I can hear that too, but headphones weren't working, so I'm gonna bring mine tomorrow. I don't know why I forgot to put it yesterday, but
You're good. We're all off today.
all in favor of not doing stuff like
Welcome back here to the ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour at sunny St. Petersburg, Florida. ROK Shifter Master is underway. We'll also be chatting with a few of our ROK seniors as they get set for action here. They will be following it up. Of course, very tight field in Pro ROK Sr. ROK Shifter Master on the racetrack now. We'll go through the lineup a little bit. We saw actually one of the tighter fields we've seen in a minute here in the ROK Shifter class for qualifying, Ron John. I was pretty impressed.
It was very impressive, and one of the impressive runs was actually for the outside pole sitter. That was Larry Pegram, but our pole sitter, the 503 of Antonio Bizzonia, and then Larry will be on his outside shoulder, the 573 of Larry Pegram. Up next, Luis Goche in the 569, Jose Montalto in the 580. It's Brian Chatfield in the 519. Mornay Von Tock will roll off next in the 568. It's Daniel DeBoss in the 504, Luis Mendez Ramos in the 513, Corey Matthews the 515, Alex Mueller in that 521, Francisco Vasallo 538, Martin Jansen 595, Michelle Legrand in the 578, Edgar Ortiz 507, Scotty Presti 508, and Gunnar Vendester in the 518. Of course, these are shifter carts, so they will pull up to a standing start. Keeping an eye on the front part of the field, looking to the back. We're just looking for all clear. Looks like we're getting the all clear from the back end of the field. All right, keeping an eye now. We're watching the lights. Keeping an eye on the lights. Here we go. Picking it up. Bam! Boy, what a great jump there for Antonio.
Yeah, awesome start there for Antonio Bizzonia, but better start for Larry Pegram in the TKG Kart Republic. He'll lead the way to turn number 5, although under pressure. Going to dive down the inside goes Bizzonia to the lead here. Nice pass in turn 5 on the opening lap. We got some good racing going on in ROK Shifter Master as the opening lap starts to work its way to a close. So Larry Pegram with the whole shot, but Antonio Bizzonia strikes quickly, and he'll lead at the end of lap number 1. One down, 11 laps to go here as they head towards the first corner.
Yeah, what a great start there, as you had mentioned by Larry. Was able to get out there and get around Antonio, but yeah, Antonio's been in this business a while. I think he understands, and he's already put himself right back out in front. He's going to try and basically run away, if you will. Get out there in front. We'll just have to keep an eye. Right now it's about 0.2 of a second. Larry Pegram, Jose Montalto, now up into third. Mornay Von Tock. What a run for Mornay, now in fourth. Not much change there that last time by. Actually, no change in the top 8. Still Bizzonia, Pegram, Montalto, Van Tock, Goche, Chatfield, Matthews, Mueller, Scotty Presti now up in 9th. Luis Mendez Ramos right now rounds out your top 10. Just now getting ready to bank lap number 3 as they come by the start finish once again.
Yeah, no change up at the front of the field, all just one kind of single file line as we see Pegram actually, I think, missed a gear coming out of turn number 1. Larry Pegram going to lose that second spot, so give it up there, and he'll drop back to P3, Ron John.
Yeah, that was interesting. It looked like, they hit that bump coming out of turn number 1, and it looked like he just missed that gear shift, as you had mentioned, because the other guy came flying by him like he was almost sitting.
Yeah, nice pass by Jose Montalto. Good heads-up driving out of the DRT Racing Team driver. Here we come down the front stretch. Antonio Bizzonia takes a look back. Little shake of the head. We're good. Meanwhile, another driver who's looking pretty good coming into today is Blake Nash. By 0.04 of a second, he will be leading our field to the green. Let's send it on down to Emery here down in the paddock area, who has caught up with the pole award winner in Pro ROK Sr. Emery?
Guys, we're standing here with Blake Nash. Blake, a really nice run in qualifying, got you the pole in ROK Sr. Talk me through your weekend so far.
Yeah, we struggled a little bit with pace compared to last weekend at SCUSA, but yeah, we put on a setup that I think was pretty good and got a nice tow and obviously put down a pretty good lap in qualifying. So.
Yeah, and now starting up front, this is a track that's notoriously difficult to pass at. A lot of tight dive bomb opportunities. How does getting the pole change your mindset coming to a race like this where you know it's going to be hard for your challengers to overtake you?
Yeah, for sure. Starting on the pole just makes it that much easier. Obviously, not a lot of passing zones. The track's very tight. So hopefully we can just get off to a good start in the heat race, pull a little bit of a gap, and chill out through these next 3 heat races and try to get a good finish.
For sure, Blake Nasher, he's going to start at the front. Coming up next in your ROK Senior category. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Emery. We go back to the racetrack here as the field works its way over on through. Antonio Pizzonia continues to lead the way over Jose Montalto and company, headed down to turn number 3 and on the run over to turn number 5.
And I tell you what, the 508, Scotty Presti had to start at the back of the field, now up into the 7th spot. Last time by went purple, 35.005 to the 35.422 of our leader. Scotty's showing some speed as he tries to make his way through the field. Actually, it looked like for a little while that the top 3 were going to be able to really stretch it out over the 4th place driver. Right now that gap back down to 4th is probably about just about 0.2 of a second. So again, Antonio Pizzonia. Lap number 7 is in the bank. We're working lap number 8. Your leader now coming through turns number 9, 10, and 11. And again, once again, on to the front stretch. Antonio had a heck of a race in Las Vegas at ROK Vegas. That was one happy man, that's for sure. He was so excited about the win. Pizzonia now stretched out to 1.3 over the 2nd place driver of Jose Montalto. Got an opportunity real quickly to get a word in with Gunther Vanderster. Good talking with him. We're just curious as to how Rory was doing.
Yeah, he's, of course, lining up for the 24 Hours of Daytona for the 2nd year in a row. Super cool deal for Rory, the former Magic Kart shifter driver and multi-time podium finisher here in the ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour. Coming to the final few laps here, we'll have 2 laps to go. This is a good look at a battle towards the mid-grid right now, led by Morn Von Tock, hanging on as it's spread out up at the front here. The top 3 are all long gone. Antonio Pizzonia, Jose Montalto, and Larry Pegram have a lot of breathing room. However, it is not the case there for P4. Morn Van Tock under heavy fire as they go to turn 3. He'll start blocking down the inside. Let's see if he gets crossed up, holds the spot. We got contact and 2 around in turn 3. Big contact there, fighting for the 5th and 6th positions, and they are not happy with each other. Whoa. And walking right off the racetrack is, I believe, Scott Presti.
That's Scotty Presti, yes.
Presti is frustrated there as they come together. That was right at the edge of the frame, and Presti knows his day is done. The other driver involved, I think, was it might have been Ryan Chatfield in the Carbolos Racing Maranello. So Chatfield's going to get away. Presti's done. The leaders are coming. It's 2 laps to go, so we're down to the final lap now as the yellow flags will wave there, but a very unhappy Scott Presti with the contact, Ron John.
No kidding, for sure. No time for that, certainly as they're working their way down. They were already working lap number 10 at the time, only had a couple to go. Not exactly sure what happened there. Scotty was obviously on the outside. The other gentleman was up against the barrier there, and we'll see. Checker flag is out. Antonio Pizzonia, I got to give it up. Bam! Antonio Pizzonia takes the victory there in Master Shifter.
So lots to dive into here for Pro ROK Sr. As you can see, they're starting to get set on the grid. We talked to him on the early part here. Blake Nash in the number 364 Nash Motorsports EOS Kart will lead the field to the green here, but he got that pole position by just a couple thousandths of a second over that guy right there, Mateus Morgado, the newly signed BSL Karting VLR Factory Racing driver, will join him on row number 1. Great qualifying performance out of the International Motorsport Lenzo Kart of Karol Paszewicz. He rolls off P3. As you can see, he's up there talking to his mechanic, getting set to go green. Then you go further down the grid on the outside of row number 2. Down from qualifying, of course, it was just 5 thousandths of a second for your top 3 qualifiers. However, it started to spread out just a little bit more as you went on down the grid in Pro ROK Sr. to the outside of row number 2. Of course, Aiden Ingrata with a good qualifying performance, I believe, will line up right there. So he's had a solid weekend and a great run at the end of the qualifying session. He was one of the last ones to cross the line that put himself in the top 5 there for P4. Talked with Connor Zilish just a moment ago. He rolls off P5. He said he thought that he would have one more lap, ultimately came up 1 lap short on where he thought he needed to be, had traffic on his final lap. He felt like he had pole position pace in it, and again, he ended within a 1/10 of a second of our pole award winner, Blake Nash. Blake Nash out of 35.19, Connor Zilish at 35.25, 600ths from P1 to P5. Then another 1/2 back finds Diego Ramos on the outside of row number 3. Put it on the pole on Sunday, just literally 5 days ago at Homestead, Miami. And now he rolls off on the outside of row 3. Louis Westover was one of the quickest drivers throughout all of the practice sessions in the Nash Motorsports EOS Kart. Qualified down in the 7th position. I'm sure a bit disappointing after how good the pace had been throughout practice for Louis. You go to his outside, Cameron Weinberg in that Tesoro Raceworks CRG. Behind him, fellow manufacturer on the CRG, Noel Leone, the Alessandro's Racing USA entry, rolls off in 9th. Then Justin White rounds the top 10. Goes further back from there, Valverde, Bernal, Nolan Bauer, Santiago Fernandez was up in the top 5 early on, along with Jorge Ortiz. They eventually cycled backwards down to that 13th and 14th positions down the grid, so a little more time for them to go on through. But back to the front again, Blake Nash, you talk about the storyline for this kid coming in. 2 back-to-back weekends to start the year, start his 2nd season in the pro senior ranks. This will be the 3rd year of senior eligibility. Spent the first year running 100cc competition, had a number of podiums and championships and race wins throughout that season, was a contender everywhere he went. Moved up into the pro senior classes last year, got a first career podium, and I believe the winter tour. And then, of course, got put it on the pole a couple of times, I think, at least one time, if not 2 pro national pole awards through the year. And then now another one to start 2023. Should have podiumed, I think, last week at least one day, if not both days, at the SuperKarts USA Winter Series. He's got a great opportunity to do that, though, here this weekend with the pace he's shown. Like he said, though, he got a bit of a toe, and the field is, as we mentioned, very, very tight. It all rolls our way next here as the engines will fire up shortly. Live from from the Tropicana Field here, home of the Tampa Bay Rays. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. We'll keep it live on the racetrack and come back on the audio airwaves once we get set for action. Well, here we go, Ron John. The engines have fired. The outlap is underway, and ROK Sr will now get set to go here as the field works its way down to turn number 1.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. Again, it's going to be their very first race on the layout. They've had plenty of time to practice. This is what it's all about, racing. These are our seniors. Blake Nash, 364 on the pole. Matthias Morgado, the 362, a Florida Winter Tour champion as well, is on the outside. We're going to go 12 laps here. Just waiting for him to kind of cycle around and get into the area we call the formation area, which is right before they get to turn number 11 and then 12 onto the front stretch. Again, we'll have the group coming down. We'll get them separated so we can keep them. All right, elbows are going to be out on this one.
Here we go into the tram lanes and green down to turn at number 1. And Blake Nash will lead the field, and we are no green that time by. Red lights stayed on the start lights, so they will form up again. They did not like what they saw on that start, so we are going to send them around, I believe, and try another one there. No green on the first time by as they had to turn number 5, or it shouldn't have been as the lights are still on. They're waving yellow flags to everyone, and now we'll start to cycle them out over to turns 5 and 6. Just doubted myself for a second as they were going full bore over to turn 5 to warm the tires back up, clean them back off. But now we'll form up again. So they did not like the start there. Race director Chuck Yoder down on the center of the racetrack here. He's going to make sure he gets what he wants out of the ROK Seniors and expected something a little bit better. So our first waved off start on that one. Let's bring him around and try it again. The elbows definitely will be out. Hopefully a clean start for all 20 plus. And you can see the fences always start to line when you get the headline divisions onto the racetrack, and you see all of the best go at it. Blake Nash, Matthias Morgado. Boys and girls, let's get ready. Let's get underway down to turn number 1 as they all cycle wide, and Morgado jumps the start with a big jump on the outside lane. He'll get to the lead as they go to 2 and 3. Blake Nash back to second and under fire from Aiden Ingrata, who looks for third. Pashawick's back to 4th. Louis Westover in that 6th position, I think right behind Diego Ramos, who got a good start as well. But Matthias Morgado gets a good jump from the outside lane, takes the sophomore senior to school and leads them over through turn 8.
Boy, he sure did. He made a great move there going into turn number 1. Able to get around Blake. Blake's going to be solidly right now in that 2nd position as he come by the start-finish for the first time. But Aiden Ingrana looking to the inside, thinks better of it, stays to the outside, now heading through turn number 3 and 4. Quick little run down here to turn number 5.
And now he's going to block the inside from Carol Pashawick's right there, and they're going to go side by side. Diego Ramos looking for 4th. Ultimately, he's going to, I think, maybe lose a spot there. No, just barely got back in line before Louis Westover sent it on the inside. Westover still looking on Ramos. Can't get by. Lots of defending early on. And up front, Blake Nash is on the way. He has caught Matthias Morgado. So Matthias Morgado will have some pressure down at turn number 1, and he knows it. Here comes Nash to the inside and clear. Blake Nash to the lead in the first corner. Ingrata around the outside trying to get through. He will just
we've got
lose
a
out.
couple of carts around here in turn number 3. Looks like that's the 372.
Yeah, that's near the back of the pack, though,
Yep.
as up front it is all Blake Nash and company. Ingrata, great move to work his way to second. Morgado still under fire here, but Blake Nash on that Nash Motorsports EOS cart has got some breathing room. He'll be able to get away. Aiden Ingrata in what will be his first full season. Oh, it was Louis Westover. Westover, the driver, collected over in turn 2 and 3. Here he is on camera off the side as the leaders head down to turn number 1. Louis Westover out of the 6th position on the racetrack. Was in that pack there battling with Diego Ramos and more. So Westover, the driver, getting turned around. Connor Zilish involved as well on the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic. We got Diego Ramos wide as well, potentially tagging the barrier in turn 3. So Ramos also going way back there. He'll hang on to it, though, just stays inside the top 10. He's got company coming, headed through turn number 8, though. Let me switch the camera there. Here's Connor Zilish pulling into the pit lane. Now we'll go back up to the front of the field. So chaos in the opening few laps here. Aiden Ingrata trying to apply some pressure to Blake Nash as Louis Westover will pull into the scale line as well. A look over there just a moment ago. Saw that. Here's turn 3. And it's Nash over Ingrata, Morgado. There's Jorge Ortiz.
I was going to say, look at Jorge.
Great
on the
run
move.
forward.
He's dragging Cameron Weinberg along with him, it looks like. But what a great run so far for Jorge Ortiz right now in that 5th spot. Noel Leon right now holding on to that 7th spot. Justin White is in 8th. It'll drop Diego Ramos back into 9th. Nolan Bauer right now rounds out your top 10. Blake Nash still out in front. Ingrata second. Mateus Morgado went purple that time by. Fastest kart on the track, sitting right now in the 3rd position. We're now working.
Yeah, Morgado was quick. Ingrata was even quicker. Blake Nash has a bumper full of that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed driver, and we're just about halfway. And here comes Ingrata to the lead in turn 8, and Nash got hooked on the rear bumper. He'll lose a 2nd spot as Morgado gets through as well. Crossing the line to go to the crossed flags. Aiden Ingrata leads the way down to turn number 1. Here comes Morgado to the bumper as well as he looks into the first corner. Nash hangs on to P3. P4, Carol Pashewicz. Ortiz there up in the 5th spot. Close line with Cameron Weinberg. Here comes Pashewicz on Nash. He'll throw him back to 3rd now, and here comes Ortiz. He'll go to 4th. And Blake Nash's backward slide continues into turn number 5, while Ortiz will go to P3 with a good pass on Pashewicz. And they're side-by-side coming out. Cameron Weinberg going to lose out a little bit, I believe, or maybe put one. He put one to the Wolves there. It was the one right behind Blake Nash. That was, I think, Noel Leon that may have lost out. So either way, across the line, down to 1 there, and into the first corner.
Boy, Blake ended up in the 8th position when it was all said and done. Aiden Ingrata went purple, the fastest kart out on the track. Our leader, the 335.
All right, so on through the turn 5-6 chicane there, headed over to 7 and 8. You can see it's a 2-car breakaway up front. Aiden Ingrata continues to lead, Morgado 2nd. The battling for 3rd, that's got Jorge Ortiz up there, has cost them a lot of time. And Morgado's actually starting to lose a little bit of touch to Ingrata as the SCR Red Speed driver leads the way down to turn 1 in the second half of this one. 4 laps to go.
Yeah, that space there between the 3rd and actually between the 2nd and 3rd place is about 1.6.
Oh, look at this pass here. Noel Leon, nice dive on Cameron Weinberg. He will bring Diego Ramos with him there as they exit turn 3.
Yeah, I know you and I have talked about that many times. Just open the door and guess what? Not just one's coming by. Normally bringing somebody else with them.
And it looks really dirty offline as well. So for any time you get past there, that was, of course, the big storyline out of last week, how windy it was at Homestead, how dirty that racetrack was. Well, we're on a temp circuit. It's very dirty to start with. As we see down to turn 1, Ortiz and Pashewicz. Then Leon and his group now as they've got time to make up. P5 for Noel Leon. Ramos in line. Weinberg right there. Then Justin White. Then Blake Nash, who has slid all the way back to the 8th position here. To the 9th position behind Justin White by just a couple of moves that kind of shuffled the Nash driver back. Meanwhile, Morgado remains up in 2nd, and this time by, we will see this entire pack and the field get 2 laps to go. Your leader, Aiden Ingrata, down to turn number 1 with a 2-car length advantage. Back to Mateus Morgado. There is Ortiz and Pashewicz there, 3rd and 4th. But we'll see if the change in the lead happens at all. It's a 2-car length difference. Here's the battle back for P5 and 6. Ramos got by Leon in turn 1, and there's more fighting there as that is one of, I think, the Kart Republics. Might be Nicholas Ambiato getting into the mix there just at the edge of the top 10. Here's your leaders again, though. 2 to 3 car lengths apart. White flag coming this time by.
Wow, when Aiden got in front, he really got out in front. Kept his head down the front stretch once again, trying to just keep that gap that he's got over Mateus Morgado, and Morgado is right there, right on his back bumper. That's one thing, but you got to be in the right position to be able to get around him as they make the run down the short chute, heading for turn number 5. Steady as she goes, the professor. Aiden Ingrata out in front. Boy, Martius Morgado was right there on the back bumper. Not sure he's going to have enough time or enough speed to get by. Bam! Aiden Ingrata takes the victory.
As they work their way over towards the scale line again, we'll run you back through your top 10, how they ended up. Aiden Ingrata wins heat number 1 for Pro ROK Sr. Mateus Morgado 2nd. Jorge Ortiz, 11 spots gained on that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. The SCR Speed Lab Engines entries were flying in that opening heat race. 1st and 3rd for the pair. Carol Pashewicz on the Lenzo kart drops 1 spot to 4th. Diego Ramos 5th. Noel Leon 6th. Cameron Weinberg 7th. Blake Nash 8th. Justin White 9th. And Nicholas Ambiato on the AM Engines entry picks up 5 spots to crack the top 10 at the very end. And again, unfortunate opening heat for Connor Zilish and Louis Westover. Alexander Searle is working on getting both of them here. We'll send it on down as soon as we are ready to hear from what just transpired for those two. Of course, the chaos collecting them back at turn number 3, and the weekend just, again, an unfortunate start for the two. We've got a view now. The next session set to go. Looks like, I believe, ROK Masters, if I'm not mistaken, on the grid and ready to rock. So they'll be set to go. Of course, ROK Junior's coming our way here shortly. Micro still to come. And then Pro ROK Sr following that VLR Master division. So still got a good amount of groups to come our way, the back 5, before we call it a day here on Friday and get set for a full day of racing action tomorrow. Of course, Heat 2, Heat 3, pre-finals, all free to view, and then make sure that you're a KC Premium member to be able to watch the main events all day Sunday. We've got you covered here from sunny St. Petersburg. We're going to take a commercial break. We will come back and hear from Louis Westover, Connor Zilish, and, of course, we got to talk to our Heat 1 winner, Aiden Ingrata.
If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
Time to go. ROK Masters racing here as they work their way onto the racetrack, and Andre Nicastro in the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic will lead the field to the green over William Isaiah's longtime Carter, Andre Nicastro, who, of course, we know for the most part haven't run in ROK Sr in very recent times, and is long into Masters eligibility. Andre Nicastro continued to compete in the senior ranks, and not sure if he just wanted to take it easy this weekend or give himself an easier weekend to hang out on or what. Yeah. Maybe also, of course, his teammate Connor Zilish has them covered in REM or in the ROK Senior division with pace, although he needs a little more luck after that opening heat race. So either way.
Never the way you want to start your weekend.
Yeah, so they've got 2 bullets. They got Andre Nicastro in ROK Master. They got Connor Zilish in ROK Senior and a bunch more through the grid. Why don't you take us through the starting lineup here, Ron John?
All right, here we go. On the pole, the 628 is Andre Nicastro. Outside pole, 627 of William Isaias. It's the 684 of David LaPlante. The 606 up next with Martin Stone. It's the 677 of Miguel Mir. Alex Mueller rolls off next in the 621 with Sylvain Colombi in the 681. It's Pablo Savalas in the 630, and Alfonso Santiago rolls off in the 611. All right, green flag is out. We are racing. Again, these guys go 12 laps. This is our Masters group.
And so as they work their way out of turn at number 3, side by side behind, single file up front, little 3-car break there with Nicastro at the helm. Isaiah dropped back to P3 as it was a good start for David LaPlante there to get by, but now he's trying to force his way through in turn 8 as LaPlante took a very tight line, and he'll get eventually fend off that charge from Isaiah. So here they come down the front stretch. William Isaiah trying to make quick work of David LaPlante through turns 1 and 2. Can't do it. Maybe he'll be able to get to him over by 3 as Nicastro continues to lead the way.
Yeah, good run so far
here
for Sylvain Colombi.
Down to the inside, tried again, and LaPlante slams the door shut.
Not
so Isaiah
quite.
just cannot do it.
Just not quite that time. Again, I was going to say that Sylvain Colombi is up now 3 spots in the 4th position. So a good start for Sylvain.
Yeah, very good start for Sylvain Colombi there. So
looks like the way things are starting to shake out. Our leader stretched it out a little bit with those 2 right behind him. He's going to hope that they start the battle. And again, it was our pole sitter that went by with a 36.690 for Andre.
Well, while it starts to shake out a little bit now, we'll keep it on the action up front here in ROK Master. But let's send it down trackside. Alexander Searle is caught up with a couple drivers that did not have the best start here so far to the ROK Senior weekend.
Thanks, Xander. I'm here with Louis Westover. Louis, I mean, you've been quick all weekend. Qualifying really didn't go your way, and obviously the race didn't go your way either. Had contact with Connor exiting corner 1. Walk me through it.
So he overtook me. A CRG followed him. Those 2 came together, and then I had nowhere to go, basically.
Yeah, and I mean, besides that, obviously not the race you would have wanted for Heat 1. Just describe your weekend to me so far up to that point.
Well, it was going well yesterday. This morning was all right, and then we struggled since then, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, not the race Louis Westover would have wanted in Heat 1. Back to you boys in the booth.
Thank you, Alex, here. We'll see if we can hear from a few more as he's all the way at the far end of that microphone range. So a little bit of static, and again, apologize about that for the viewers at home. However, nice and smooth picture of Andre Nicastro continuing to lead the way here in Master ROK and dominate so far as Isaiah did finally get that move done on David LaPlante for P2.
Yeah, Andre is trying to check out on everybody. He's out about 1.5 seconds over the second place driver of William Isaias, the International Motorsports driver, American driver. Nicastro being a Brazilian out there in front. Got a couple of Canadians back behind William Isaias. That's David LaPlante and Sylvain Colombi. And then the Orsolon driver, Mexican driver that is Miguel Mir in the 677 right now in that 5th spot. Taking a look at our group as they come through turn number 5. And the top 3 have really stretched themselves out. We're getting ready to work lap number 6 here, so we should be picking up the halfway flags here. Shaggy says, we're halfway home, boys. Let's do this. Again, these are just heat races, giving the guys opportunities to get out there and basically race against one another as we head towards our pre-final and finals tomorrow, as the first leg of the Florida Winter Tour is underway here in St. Pete.
Let's go down trackside once again here. Alexander Sills caught up with the other half of that incident there with Louis Westover. He's down with REM's Connor Zilish. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, and I'm here with Connor Zilish. Connor, I mean, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Louis. Just walk me through the contact that happened at turn 1.
Yeah, I'm geared a little bit more for the straightaways at this track. It didn't quite play to my advantage in this race. So, I had like a mega run coming down the straightaway, and I kind of suck everywhere else. So I just decided that I got to throw it in while I can, as I didn't get the best start. So I threw it in on Westover, and then I think Leon came in behind me and just ran me over and then spun me out. And then Westover didn't have anywhere to go and ran into me. So unfortunate, but I think we'll be better tomorrow. We'll start back up front, so just need to make the most of it and get some points, because not looking good so far, but I'm sure other people are going to have bad races as well. So just keep our head on straight and get ready, get through the heats and make it to the pre-final.
Yeah, one more question. I mean, you say that you're geared a little bit more for the straights compared to the corners. Is that something that you're going to change for the heats, or you're going to keep that for the heats coming up?
It's really a gamble. You don't really know what kind of race is going to go down. If it's a race where everyone's blocking and you need the exit speed, then you're going to have to go up on gear. But if everyone gets spread out, then that lower gear might help you get down the straightaways and just catch people in the places where you might be able to get quicker. So it's kind of a gamble, but we're going to look on it and really see what will be best as we watch back on the first heat and kind of see where we're headed.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. Connor Zilish, everybody. Not the start he would have wanted to his weekend. Back to you boys in the booth.
Thank you, Alex. And good points from Connor there about that. You know, you really don't know what kind of race you're going to get. Right. That race was definitely action-packed. They'll decide what they will expect from everybody here. This one, again, kind of similar to what he's saying on both fronts. You have the top two that have strung out, and then you have this pack right here a little further down the grid.
They are battling it out, too.
Yeah, big-time battle here for this one, for sure.
Looks like that's Martin Stone, Miguel Muir, Alex Mueller. The guys in the back, I was watching them as they came through 4 and 5, heading down towards number 6 here, side by side. In the meantime, though, our leader is just now coming off the last turn here and on to the front stretch once again. Going to pick up the white flag this time. One more lap. William Isaias solidly in that second position, and David LaPlante, the Canadian driver, solidly right now in that third position. David, part of the Premier Karting Group. And they are still battling in the back. Points are so important. Every place counts. So, again, just waiting for our leader to come back around. He had a pretty good lead himself, about 1.7 seconds. We look up. Here comes your winner, Andre Nicastro. Bam! A great run for the Brazilian driver, Andre Nicastro. Boy, that group there, the guys towards the back there, the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, man, they were battling it out all the way through, all the way down to the start-finish. They'll wind up this group. So our Masters now have completed their first race for 2023.
So we'll wait on the gap in the schedule here. We'll have some more come back as the sun is starting to work its way down. The Micro's getting set to go. A couple moments away here from coming green. The live shot from Tropicana Field here in downtown St. Petersburg, Florida for the ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour's opening weekend live on Kart Chaser. Still have, again, the Micros to come. Your ROK Juniors have yet to roll. The VLR Masters will roll, and Pro ROK Shifter with that showdown for A.J. Myers versus Marin Kremers, with the likes of more like Pedro Piquet maybe being able to get in on the action, but a tight tight qualifying effort, just a couple thousandths apart. Last year, we saw Danny Formal have to start on the dirty side of the racetrack on the inside and lose the whole shot to A.J. Myers in a heat race here to kick off the weekend. Does the same happen to Martin Kremers as he got the pole, but he'll have to, again, start on the inside of the racetrack? We'll find out, of course, when they get set to roll towards the end of the day today. Before that, the young kids are getting set and just about time to fire engines. Micro will be heading your way here in a moment.
All right, here we go. Our next group getting ready to roll out for their first heat race of the day is our micros. Got a big micro group getting ready to race for the first time here in the Florida Winter Tour for 2023. Valentino Santillan is on the pole, the number 11, with Matheus Ramalho on the outside and the number 16. It's Maxwell Macha in the third spot, the 33, with Antonio Pizzonio Jr. in the 73 in fourth. Nico Orbezo up next in the number 58. Yao Bonadiming. I'm sure I've messed up Yao's name, and I apologize, but I love you, buddy. Liam Van Beek is up next in the number 14. Alex Chandler rolls off in the 26. Colton Scheinenberg rolls off in the 17.
We got one pulled off over here on the infield of turn number 3, and I think it may have been an issue, maybe a spin as well, that will not maybe get the start. Looks like the kart's able to roll. That was a little bit awkward here. Let's get some more info of what we just had transpire on the number 28 machine. So that, again, over turn 3 and 4, trying to fire up. Currently still struggling to get under power all the way at the back half of this micro field. This is the biggest class on the weekend, the youngest class, and a lot of inexperience in the field for sure. Valentino Santillan and that SLA kart racing Paralyn will make his way towards the front stretch here this time as we get set to go green. Hopefully the last couple will all get set and sorted and ready to go as well as they round the final couple turns here, Ron John.
Yeah, and unfortunately for somebody, they're not going to be able to make the race. Looks like they're going to have to pull them over and bring them off the track, waiting for our leaders to come off the last turn. They'll get into their form lanes, the tram lanes. We'll wait and watch the... I think they're going to go ahead and have them come back around. They were pretty squirrely there for the first shot. So we'll get them to come back around, get them squared away, get them formed up properly, and then hopefully get ourselves a good clean start here. Micro's just going 9 quick laps here. It's about 0.6 of a mile, 12 turn layout here at St. Pete. Right here at Tropicana Field in Florida. Can't think of, enough of all of our sponsors. They're just so good for our sport. We greatly appreciate everything they do. And here we go. Will we get a good, looks like we're getting to go ahead and wave them by. Get them to come back around one more time. One more time. Looks like the back end of the field was really way off as far as the start was concerned. Again, just waiting for them now to come through turns number 4 and 5. Yep, they've made their way past. Again, like I said, it was unfortunate. Somebody had an issue there on the out lap. And unfortunately, we'll be sitting to watch this race. They look a lot better as they're coming through turn number 11 now. Again, they'll just make that last turn here. And again, we've got them kind of split up, put them in what we call tram lines. Make sure they're ready. All right, I think we're going to get it. Lights are out. We are racing. Definitely a pretty tough turn there for all of this group. It's a pretty good sized group. And looks like everything just went perfectly fine through turns number 3 and 4. Number 5 now heading through 6. Looks like Valentino got himself a really good jump there on the start. Able to put a little gap out there so far over that second place driver. Let's see as they come back around here. They're going to come by the start finish for the first time. And actually, that's not Valentino. That's Colton Scheinenberg. No, actually, that is Valentino as things kind of figure out here on the... our scoring. So Nicholas Orbizo now in that second spot, up 3 positions, now in second.
Yeah, but I think that's a little bit off. Valentino Santillan is down in the 5th position there in the number 11. I think the scoring monitor is a little bit tweaked for some reason here. We got a different driver up at the front and a big shuffle through the opening couple laps. So here we go at lap number 2. Maybe it'll right itself. If not, we'll eyeball it, get the right number of what we've got at the front of the field. Headed on down the front straightaway here, down into the corner. That was the number 19, 18, yeah, number 18 on the field. So the number 18 that leads the way, and that is Leo Da Silva. For some reason shown down in the 17th position. Not quite sure why, if that's him there in the number 18 there down at the lead. But either way, we've got him out in front. One driver hasn't pulled over to the infield. That was one we lost, I think, early on there on the start. So the micro's at least underway. Maxwell Macha's in a good spot. But again, the timing about thrown to the wayside here, and a lot of new faces at the front. But great start for Leo Da Silva. I think right behind him, one of the Orsolone Racing entries. We'll try and ID that one as well. But it's a big lead forming for Leo Da Silva out in front there.
Yeah, we'll hope we get this scoring and timing.
Right there in second. That's the number 73, Orsolone Racing Parolin, I believe. And that one shown all the way down at the bottom there in the number 73. That is Antonio Pizzonia. And then Maxwell Macha there next in line in the Parolin. So Antonio Pizzonia-Nito with a good start up to second here in the micro class. I think he's pulling double duty, if that's correct. Already running in the mini division, running in micro as well as they head down to turn 1. Macha still running P3 with one driver on his tail looking for third. And I think a change for P3 that time. So Maxwell Macha was in the 3rd spot. No, hanging on still. It's Nico Orbezo right on the rear bumper, trying to find a way around him. So as they exit out of turn number 3 there. So Orbezo P4, Macha P3, about a second to 2 seconds back from the lead. Here comes Orbezo looking turn 5. Got him. Nice angle on that pass there as they go through 5 and 6. And Nicholas Orbezo now takes over the command of the 3rd position. Meanwhile, Leo Da Silva continues to lead out in front behind Orbezo. You find a bit more packed up, but it's Da Silva over Pizzonia-Nito, Orbezo, Macha, and we'll get an ID on the driver in the 5th spot here in just a moment as we're about halfway in and halfway home on this 9-lap heat race, Ron John.
Yeah, so far, guys have been doing a good job, good clean race so far, except for the incident on the outlap. Other than that, everybody's doing just fine. Orbezo had made that pass, was able to get around. But again, my scoring has mixed itself up pretty good. Not really sure exactly why that is, but I'll just keep an eye on them as they come back down the front stretch once again, past the start finish. Leo Da Silva out there in front. Shows him all the way down in the 18th position in number 18, but he's way out in front right now. So we'll just have to wait until things are figured out here with our scoring and timing. For some reason it's got a little blip in it right now. It shows actually Nicholas Orbezo, Nick, as the number 58 in front. But I look at the cart, it's getting ready to come by, and it looks like it's not. It's the number 18, so. Hopefully we'll be able to get this all straight and make sure we congratulate the right folks in the right positions here. Waiting for him once again to cycle back around. Liam Van Beek. Liam up a couple spots, now in the 8th spot. Nicholas LaRusso. LaRusso up 5 positions, now in 7th. Gavin Decay on the move, up 6 positions in 5th. Again, the white flag is out. Last lap for our guys. Waiting for Leo De Silva to come back around. Bam! De Silva takes the victory.
Yeah, so a bit messy on that one as a whole for sure. From the starts being waved off, and then watching again the timing a little bit all over the works there. But good battle between Nico Orbezo and Maxwell Macha early on in that one, and then pretty tame most of the way through. Leo De Silva, after escaping on the opening lap, just continued to build that lead. So kudos to him, and a great start to the weekend as the sun begins to go behind the clouds just a little bit. Finally getting a bit of cloud cover almost, it seems, after the sun's been out all afternoon. And that means, again, we'll have an awesome sunset shot when those pro ROK shifters get onto the racetrack. So super excited for that. We've got 3 more heat races coming your way. Junior ROK set to go green here in a few moments. Live from Tropicana Field, you're watching the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour Round 1 here on Kart Chaser, the second stop of the 2023 Pro National season. Stick with us. 3 more heats coming your way. Welcome back here as the field makes its way down to turn number 1 for the outlap here in ROK Jr.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun race. I can tell already. Anthony Martella out there on the pole, the 211, the speed concept driver, Canadian. And then on the outside pole, it's the 298 of Oliver Weldon, part of JC Karting. It's the CDR driver, Stephen Miller, on the second row, the 273, along with Christian Cameron, the 209. It's Theo Salmalo, and the 251 with Ernesto, that is Rivera, in the 204. It's Sebastian Garzone in the 208, Mayor Deonaran in the 244, Joseph Lonnie in that 221, Caleb Campbell in the 295, Chase Buscaglia in the 205. It's Lorenzo Castile in the 232, and Gennaro Trapla in the 278. Sarah Bradley's up next. Sarah right now in the 214. Christopher Aiken up next, 218. Emma Scarborough in the 288 with Carlos Sasso in the 264. Here we go, getting ready to go 12 laps. The first race of the Florida Winter Tour for our juniors, baby. Here we go.
Down to turn 1, big shove there for Anthony Martella into the first corner. He nearly gets knocked out of the way. We've got a couple others, one more spinner there at the back, but Martella will lead them over to turn 3 and slides it on into the corner. Stephen Miller, great start. 2 by 2 behind. We got a couple in the wall. Enzo Vidmontien is one of them. Enzo Vidmontien, and the bad Friday just gets worse for the Motorsport Paralympic. He gets turned around. They're still up front, and there's a lot of frustration for Vidmontien and one of the Orsolon Racing Tony Kart drivers that have come together. So unfortunate deal there. In the meantime,
I hope their heads up, because here comes the guys trying to make their way back over there. Still no change out in front. It was Martella, Miller second.
Yeah, Martella leads, Miller second there. Very closely trailed right now by Theo Salamao as we get set to go side by side here. Let's send it down to Alexander Searle. He's caught up with a couple from the U-Race camp. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. I'm here with the winner of the ROK Micro Race, Mateus Romalo, and his coach, Lucas, who's actually going to be translating the answers for me. So, Mateus, walk me through that race.
No começo, fala aí, pô. Não, eu falo.
All right, so he told me before. He told me after the race, he basically got a better start. He passed the second. He passed the first place at the start. He got a good rhythm. You know, just focused on his own race and was able to put a bit of a gap and just focused on that, and he won the race.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, it seemed to me like it was a pretty easy race for you up front. You kind of pulled a bit of a gap. Are there any changes you can see to make to your go-kart for the next heat tomorrow?
Hang on, Alex. We got a big deal going on here for the lead. We just had major contact there. Stephen Miller just tried to go to the inside of Anthony Martella and nearly spun him out. So let's pick that up here really quickly. We'll have to go away from this interview because Junior ROK has just gone absolutely ballistic. Martella's lost the lead. He was side by side with Stephen Miller going into the first corner there. And then they just, as they came down into the corner, turned him completely sideways on the cameras. What a wild, wild first turn. And they're still somehow from wrecking first and second as Miller leads them into the turn 1 again. And Miller, Martella tried to give it back. Martella tried to get right back to him. And Anthony Martella trying to give the answer back to Stephen Miller. And now look at this, Oliver Weldon getting in on the action. He'll go by on Theo Salamao. And so Oliver Weldon gets through. Wild stuff here, Ron John and Junior ROK as they work their way around.
They are really, really hustling out there.
And it's early, man. We are only working lap number 5, just getting to the halfway marker here of this first heat race of the weekend. And we're already really throwing some elbows. Yeah, that's going to go at least to Martella. Yeah, the ROK Cup officials, they saw that move from Martella. They knew that that was probably a little bit of payback for him getting turned by Stephen Miller in turn 1. But again, Miller was halfway down the inside. He was deep enough in there that he hit him in the pod. So I'd say, kind of all fair game there. Martella just chopped the nose, probably not expecting the move to be made. Now, through turns 5 and 6 here, we got a good gaggle of go-karts going on. Lots of passing going on into that sector of the racetrack. You have the likes of Ernesto Rivera, Christian Cameron's in that mix. and I believe about 3 more. Chase Buscaglia, Lonnie in there as well, as Stephen Miller leads him across the line. That time by, give the purple out to Martella. He's getting back to him, and like I said, I still think there's no love lost between Anthony Martella and Stephen Miller right now. You might see a bit of a hip check when he tries to go on by.
It's going to be interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on it as they work the halfway flags here at the start-finish. Man, oh, man. Oh, heard one go around somewhere.
Yeah, we got a crash back over at turn number 3 coming out of the corner. It looks like one of the Prime Power Team livery beer alerts that has pounded the wall. That is the 264 of
Carlos Sasso.
Carlos Sasso into the barriers. So back up front, though, Stephen Miller. Again, that lead is evaporating. Anthony Martella is on the way. So is Oliver Weldon in that JC Karting Hot Wheels Lando Norris kart. Headed over to turn 5 and 6 here. Another one in the wall. Is that Theo Salamao in the 251? It is. Oh, terrible, terrible deal for Theo Salamao in the Orsolone Racing Expri, as they're going to move him up and over the barriers. And Theo Salamao out here early as Stephen Miller leads with now 4 laps to go. I shouldn't say early. We're in the closing stages of this one, Ron John.
Right.
It's about to get good. Anthony Martella is almost there.
Yeah, I also noticed.
Oh, a big mistake. Miller's got a flat tire or something. Stephen Miller just completely whiffed it in turn number 3. I don't know if he hit dirt on the racetrack or what. He was dead sideways, and now he's fallen to 3rd, and Martella to the lead. Wow. I don't know what happened there for Stephen Miller, but you could see it. I mean, it looked like, he just caught straight dust. And the Alonso kart driver for Chad Dawkin Racing now has to go back on the offensive and try to clean the tires off if he can at the same time as Martella leads with 3 laps to go. That was, again, this unpredictable Junior ROK Heat race continues to throw new curveballs at all the pilots in the field, and Oliver Weldon, who was nowhere to be found off the start, has continuously clicked off good laps, good passes, and now coming to see the 2 to go signal. Oliver Weldon is a car length away from the lead.
Yeah, he's really fast through that complex step back there through 9 and 10. 11, he's all over the back bumpers. They'll once again come down our front stretch. Getting ready to pick up 2 to go. 2 more laps here.
Almost there for Oliver Weldon. He'll put another good lap in the books, close it up to Martella, but he slipped up on the exit of 1, slips up in 2. That gap will open now, and it doubles to 2 car lengths as they exit turn number 3. Out of 3 in the run to 4, Stephen Miller as well is going to be close. Not close enough there in 5, a lap and a half to go here for Anthony Martella in what has been a very topsy-turvy first heat race here in Junior ROK.
We kind of had an idea these guys were going to be kind of crazy in the first race. I guess they were just so doggone anxious, but here we go. We got 1 more lap to go. Our top 3, all 3 nose to tail here.
Yeah, very close there through turn 1, turn 2. Now Martella's going to throw a little block mid-track there on Weldon. That'll stack him up out of 3. Here we go into turn number 4. He's going to open the door. Weldon not close enough to get there. So only really 1 more passing opportunity right up here in turn number 8. Martella knows that he's going to go low. Weldon follows, and Miller has to follow as well as they go through the double right-hander. Final turn, Anthony Martella evades the charges there, gets himself back to the lead. The win. ROK Jr Heat 1 there is Oliver Weldon. Close at the line. Not close enough, though. Couldn't get enough of a run, so he ends up P2. And Stephen Miller, P3 there with Ernesto Rivera, 4th.
Good run for Ernesto.
Yeah, Sebastian Garzon Orozco in the Orsolone Racing. Tony Kart picks up a couple spots to 5th. Joseph Lonnie on the Powerhouse Pro karting team in 6th. Then Christian Cameron, 7th, drops 1 spot. Mayor D'Honorine, Chase Buscaglia, Gennaro Trappa round out your top 10. No other big movers there. Christian Garduno in the Orsolone Tony Kart picked up about 6 spots there to 12th. And then, of course, unfortunate for Theo Salamao, was running solidly inside the top 5. And then we lost quite a few there on that opening lap with Vidmontien, Castillo, Sarah Bradley all getting collected in incidents early on in the heat race here. VLR Master will be set to go. While they go green, we'll also again be chatting with a bunch of our Pro ROK shifters now that we finally got our audio all sorted, our cameras sorted, and we'll hear from the likes of AJ Myers, Vincenzo Saraceno, Hunter Pickett, Pedro PK, and the rest of the Pro ROK Shifter Field here when we come back here. So it's a beautiful evening it's turned into here in Tropicana Field in downtown St. Pete. Nice little breeze picking up. The heat from the afternoon's cooled off, and man, if we could have this weather tomorrow, it's not looking nearly as pretty, but if we could, it would be an amazing, amazing day. So 2 more races still coming here from St. Pete. All right, VLR Master getting set to go green here as the field makes its way around the racetrack. Laurent Schumardin will lead off the 6-car grid. To his outside will be Mark Pavon, Alex Dalbon, Gailo Barros, Luis Quinones, Ryan Molina, and Bruno Sorgiovanni. Again, ROK Pro Shifter will follow this one up for the final session of the afternoon from the Tropicana Field here. And just, again, what an awesome sight to be down here at Florida Winter Tour. Wish we would have this weather tomorrow, but we have a 80% chance of rain depending on the app you check in the forecast for a good portion of the day. Sunday should be partly cloudy skies, so maybe a little bit more overcast, but should be dry. However, tomorrow, big challenges coming for the drivers here. They had a bit of a damp warm-up session today in the first round of practice. That was about it. So I don't know of any year that we've come here to St. Pete that it has rained at all.
Not at all.
I don't think so. So it'll be interesting to see how it challenges and puts these guys in a bubble. And we've got one more joining the field, it looks like, here in VLR Master last second to make it a 7-driver grid, which is awesome. We picked up one, and we picked up the green down to turn 1 here. Mardan gets chunked a little bit wide to the first corner. Hangs on to it, though, as they go through turn number 2 and over to turn number 3. Side by side behind him there in third. That is going to be Barros, I think, going down the inside on the LN cart as the field works its way around over to turn number 5. And a big lead already for the Techno cart of Laurentiu Mardan.
You know, and that happens so often with him. He gets out there in front and absolutely just takes off. It's almost like he wants to do his qualifying lap on his first lap here in the race, so he gets himself a good spread. That Techno cart, let's see as they come back by the start finish for the first time. He's already out by about 1.3 seconds over Alex Dalbon. Dalbon now up into the second spot, dropping Mark Pavin now back into third. Now we've talked about Laurentiu quite a bit. He's had some real success. That Techno cart has really been a fast cart in his hands. Let's see who's those. It's Dalbon and Pavin right behind him. It's already got a pretty good gap here. We'll have to see as they come back again by the start finish. Now it's a 2.7 second lead. Ryan Molina now up a spot. Ryan into the 5th position. Luis Quinones in that 4th. Again, Laurentiu Mardan again went purple last time by at 37.840 to a 39.218 by the second place driver. So you can tell he's already starting to put the pedal to the metal and check out.
As he works his way over to the final turn, let's take a look at the gap already here. It is going to be pretty massive here. Just a couple of laps in. Laurentiu Mardan already over 3.5 seconds as they battle for P2. There's a good pass from Mark Pavon. He gets by on Alex Dalbon. So Mark Pavon on the LN cart goes up to second. Dalbon to the outside now, looking to cross him over out of turn number 3. Almost there. He's got to run. He'll be on the outside, though, here for turn 5, so he'll have to back out of it. And Pavon will hold the spot. Nice little battle here for second as VLR Master continues to roll here, and Pro ROK Shifter makes its way down to the grid.
Yeah, and as they continue to battle for that spot, that's allowing Luis Quinones to try to make his way up there to the back end. Not so sure that's going to work its way out because these other two have kind of put a pretty good little gap there. About a 1.3 second gap now back to that 4th position. But Dalbon and Pavin are battling it out for that second spot. In the meantime, Laurentiu having a good race so far. And these are our VLR Masters.
So there they go through the final couple corners here and onto the front stretch as we approach the halfway marker. 6 in, 6 to go, or sorry, 5 in, 7 to go. Thought we were at the halfway. We're 1 lap shy. 7 more laps here for Laurentiu Mardan and what should be a very easy cruise around the racetrack here. We got problems on the backside, though. One driver slowing at the far end of the racetrack. Not sure who we're losing over here at turn number 9.
There he is just now coming onto the front stretch.
Yeah, that's behind. So this is the battle for second here. We had one driver. We'll see if we can pick him up at some point and identify him here, but a slow one at the far end. I think they have pulled out of the way, which is good at least. So the leader continues to roll. Laurentiu Mardan, Mark Pavon over Alex Dalbon, second and third. Luis Quinones running in that 4th position, then back to 5th with Galo Barros, and 6th Bruno Sorgiovanni. That was our, I think our addition was Luis Quinones, if I'm not mistaken. One of the two, either Quinones or Molina, didn't run for qualifying, but came out here with a late entry to run in the opening heat race on the weekend here. Laurentiu Martin continued to pound laps. He's already 3 corners ahead of these two as Pavon leads Dalbon here. Dalbon not letting him get too far out as we come to 5 laps to go here in St. Petersburg.
He's still a good 0.6 of a second faster out on the track. I'm talking about Laurentiu Martin, the 782. The Techno Kart working perfectly in his hands. The 37.478 was the fastest on the course the last time around. Working lap number 7, so we're working actually lap number 8 now. We got 7 in the bank. He's now probably almost a good 3 or 4 turns ahead of the second place driver. Now it's truly the length of the front stretch here in St. Pete. So our second place drivers just coming by, Mark Pavon and Alex Dalbon.
Got an interview down here with our Stephen Miller, and yeah, quite a wild ride for him through that opening heat race. He's down with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. I'm here with Stephen Miller. Stephen, I mean, you seem to be early on controlling the race, and all of a sudden, exiting turn 3 about halfway through the race, you went a little bit wide and hit the barriers. Just walk me through what happened.
So the kid wrecked right in front of me, so I went in too hard, not knowing that there was going to be marbles on the track, and I drove right through the marbles and hit the barriers.
Yeah, and I mean, one more question. Obviously, you got up to an early lead, but it seems about halfway through the race, the guys in 2nd and 3rd were catching up to you. Was that just a tire pressure issue, or you have to make changes to your go-kart?
No, I was overheating the tires going into the corners. I overdrove it and got the tires too hot, and they started catching me in some drafts.
Yeah, and I mean, you say overheating your tires. What were you doing driving style-wise to do that?
I was just overdriving it, being aggressive, blocking when I'm not supposed to.
Yeah. Stephen Miller, everybody. 3rd place finisher in the ROK Junior category. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Alex. Here, we'll take it back and continue to watch as the checkered flag will be flying in just 2 more laps here from Brock St. Petersburg. Down to the first corner, Mark Pavon over Alex Dalbon there for P2 and P3 as they head through turn number 3.
I tell you what, Alex has actually made up a little bit of room there between the 2 drivers. At one point he was probably about 10 carts behind. Now he's only about 7, but he's right there, although they're going to look up and see the white flag this time by. Here we go. Here comes Laurentiu Martin, and he has picked up the white flag. One more trip around the layout here in St. Pete. Looks like Mark Pavin kind of took a look over his shoulder to find out where Alex Dalbon was, and he is right there off the back end of his bumper. And it looks like Mark has maybe gapped him by about 5 to 6 carts now. So again, just waiting for our leader to come through. He's all out there on his own. Here comes, it's going to be the 782 of Laurentiu Martin. Bam! Winner! So Laurentiu didn't have a whole lot of challenge there. Xander, he was able to get out there in front on the first lap and pretty much just jumped out there and ran away.
Yeah, pretty dominant run there for Larry to start this one off.
Yeah, that's 7 seconds. That's a big run.
Yeah, big run here for Laurentiu Martin. Then you look back, Mark Pavon, Alex Dalbon, good little battle, kind of learned a bit from each other, but a long ways to go if they want to have any kind of a chance at fighting the Technokart driver here for the weekend. But it's still pretty early here on the week, and it's still a few moments away before we go green for Pro ROK Shifter. Marin Kremers snagged it by thousandths of a second over A.J. Myers. Again, both the headline classes coming down to that the number 3 times to the far end of the decimal mark for both Pro ROK Sr and Pro ROK Shifter. And we'll see what the track looks like. Again, we've seen, like Steven mentioned, there are marbles out there, lots of dust that has been kind of moved onto the racetrack, especially as the barriers get hit and pushed back on, and it kind of pushes all that dirt and grime and sand and rocks that was maybe on the outside of the actual layout and had been naturally pushed away or pushed off the line, kind of gets pushed back into the line. So as well. Of course, you talk about the clean side of the racetrack, dirty side of the racetrack for Pro ROK Shifter. That's crucial. We've seen them be beneficial with the outside lane man having the benefit here. However, again, that means that you've got to really get that whole shot and believe in yourself. You want to start on the outside, or you really think it's a big advantage, because it's a short run from the grid spots down to that first corner.
No doubt about that. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how Marian reacts to the start, and if AJ is able to get a little bit of a jump there.
Yeah, so
I mean, AJ's always been a really good starter as well. You got Pedro Piquet right behind him in the 412. You got Josh Conker in the 423. So just waiting for him to get all formed up over on the grid, make sure everybody's ready. We'll get those carts fired up here and go 12 laps.
The engines have come to life here for the final session of the afternoon. The sun begins to set here on one of the longer days of the weekend. Pro ROK Shifter getting set to go green. Marian Kremers will get ready to rock here as he lines up to the inside of A.J. Myers on the front row. There was a small gap from them back to row number 2. Pedro PK in the PK Sports Burrell Art is joined by Josh Conker in the Carblos Racing Engines Maranello kart. You go back to row 3. You'll have Giorgio Carrara, the factory Lenzo kart driver here with International Motorsport on the inside. To the outside, Vincenzo Saracino as the Privateer TV kart driver will roll off from the 6th position. Who gets the hole shot? Who gets set to go? And who is going to lose out on the start? This is such a crucial point of the race. Hopefully they're all good. You see a couple adjustments by a few drivers here on the grid. Little radiator adjustment there for Marian Kremers. Actually, he might be adjusting the brake bias over on the left-hand side to try and make sure he can really stand on those things down in turn 1. Here we go to the lights. The red lights are on, and it's time to go Pro ROK Shifter Racing. Boys and girls, let's have a good start. Who gets the whole shot? It's A.J. Myers from the clean side of the racetrack, and he gets down to the inside just like last year. A repeat from Friday. A.J. Myers benefits with a much better launch, and we had 2 drivers stall on the grid here. Hunter Pickett, I think, also has gotten turned around and stalled over in turn 2. So Hunter Pickett is out on the opening lap with the carnage back behind the leaders. Riley Pegram with an issue here, and they are about to come up on her on the front straightaway. So they'll have to sideline the TKG Kart Republic driver as she stalls off the start. But A.J. Myers clean and green out front. Marian Kremers drops to 2nd. Conker is 3rd. 4th on the racetrack should be Pedro PK. An unfortunate start to the weekend here for Hunter Pickett and company.
Yeah, no kidding. Nothing like getting bumped on the very first lap, but how about that start for A.J. Myers? Absolutely just nailed it. Able to, even though he was on the outside, able to get there to the inside as he was heading into turn number 1, and right now he's trying to stretch it out. It was about a half-second lead first time by, start-finish, getting ready to come down the straightaway once again.
Yeah, we think back, of course, you know, A.J. Myers versus Marian Kremers, that rivalry going back to Rock Vegas. What a story out of that one.
Yes.
My goodness, were they fired up. So this is, again, Marian gets, the first lap of the day there, getting the pole by a couple thousandths. A.J. nips him off the start now. And look at this battle back for 3rd. Down the inside, and back and forth we go for P3, P4, as it is Pedro PK versus Josh Conker. And Conker finally able to get back around him. What a great crossover move, and to hold on to the spot for P3. Josh Conker holds the position. PK back to 4th. Saracino still in 5th.
Boy, I tell you what, Josh did not want to give that spot up, did he?
No, smart
and he was
move.
Able to hang on.
Yeah, great move by Josh Conker to hold the position there as the field cycles on through.
Yeah, I thought for sure maybe Pedro was going to be able to get around Josh, but Josh says absolutely not. One thing is starting to happen, though. Morteus is starting to make up a little bit of that ground on AJ. We're just now getting ready to put lap number 4 in the bank as he comes screaming by. He picked up about just a couple of ticks there on that last time by.
Yeah, just a little bit there closing
Just a little bit.
So they were so evenly matched. Again, it comes down to kind of that start, the cold tires a little bit. And right now, if Marian Kremers can get rolling, he'll maybe be able to get there. But these are short races for the shifter drivers. We're talking 34 seconds a lap here, 12 laps in total. I mean, it's less than 7 minutes start to finish here for the heats as Myers takes him down into turn number 1. Kremers in second, and again a big gap back to Josh Conker with the PK group, PK Saracino Carrara group right behind him. So these two leading here. We go back to 3rd. There's Conker, followed by PK. Then Saracino. We got problems for Giorgio Carrara. The Lenzo car driver for International Motorsport is off in the outside, right by the outside wall, coming out of turn number 2. And his heat race done early as well. So another big name driver here in Pro ROK Shifter fighting the dust early.
Yeah, well, AJ has got the bull by the horns, looking at the halfway flags as he comes back by the start-finish line. Josh Conker still hanging on to that 3rd spot. Pedro Pique right there in 4th. It's Vincenzo Saraceno in that 5th spot. All over the back bumper. Pedro as they head down through turns number 4 and 5, heading for 6. Josh out in front.
About 3 car lengths away there at this point now, and he's again coming into the clutches a little bit closer to Vincenzo Saraceno. You can see the difference in the lines through turn 8. Saraceno going a little more narrow. PK trying to open up, point the cart a little better to get out of the corner. Gets a decent launch on the stretch, but he is losing a little time again still to Josh Conker as he goes through turn number 1 and hikes that inside rear tire. Meanwhile, it looks like Marin Kremers is making up a little bit of ground here on AJ Myers. I'd put the gap down, maybe a 1 car length improvement for Marin Kremers. So can he get to AJ Myers? Can he get around him here is the big question as well. How wide can AJ Myers make that magic cart here in St. Pete in the closing stages? Because it'll be 4 laps to go this time by in Heat 1.
Well, Marion was faster that last time by. He went purple, and once again he goes purple this time, a 34.3 to a 34.5 for AJ. So
2/10 improvement.
2/10. That's working, let's see here, working lap number 9. We've got 8 in the bank, working to 12. We take a look out on the track. It does look like maybe he's picked up.
Oh, he's definitely close. You can see on the camera right here about a car length to 2 car lengths away.
Oh, yeah.
Going through turns 9, 10, and 11. Down the front stretch, though, AJ Myers, great launch. He takes a look over his shoulder, checks the gap. It's now down to just 3 laps to go here, and he kind of evened things out a little bit in the final sector. Just right when Marin's getting close enough, finds a little bit more speed, pulls that out, and pulls that gap to that safety zone of 2 to 3 car lengths away, where Marion is just a little bit too far back to really mount a challenge. Now through 6 and 7, again, this is where Marion, I think, is a little bit better. And then into turn number 8 as well. AJ Myers, you can see over the bumps that Magic Cart rear end just steps out a little bit on him. But at the same time, he's also able to get rotated a lot better coming out of turn number 11 and get this launch down the straightaway. 2 to go. And oh, he feels the pressure. Wow,
that was a little squirrely. He definitely felt the pressure. He knows he's there.
Yeah, he definitely can feel Marin Kremers breathing down his neck. So he's going to start going a little bit defensive to try and keep that lead, and into turn 5 he'll do that as well. Here Kremers just gonna close up to him, maybe find a way by. Does he put the bumper to him just a little bit? It's early in the weekend. There Marin had a thought about it, didn't do it. White flag coming this time.
See what happens here.
Yeah,
so
here
come
we go.
Down the front stretch once again, coming down to take the white flag last lap.
So AJ will cover it off easily down to turn number 1. This is a simple last lap maneuver here. He's just got to continue to block the bottom side. Nothing more he can do. Ooh, he almost got there, and he gets hooked on the back tire as they come out of turn number 3. Now AJ felt that. He didn't look back. Still going to block in 5. Had he went normal line, he might have been fine. And now to turn 8. He'll finally take that look back, go a little bit narrow, keep it tight through 9. Through turn number 10 and over to 11. Marin Kremers loses the whole shot, closes back up, but he's going to run out of time.
AJ Myers, bam! Wow.
Yeah. So
love that kind of racing.
Yeah, that was cool. That was a good little bit of pressure at the end. Unfortunate, obviously, for the few we lost in the beginning. Hunter Pickett, a DNF in that one. Giorgio Carrara with a mechanical issue over at turn at number 2. They're going to try and clear his cart out from the racetrack and get him back to the scale line area. But let's see if maybe we can grab Marion and AJ for a couple post-race interviews here. So stick with us for the quick sign-off we'll have. Heat 1 of on-track action all done. 1 commercial break away from chatting with the top contenders here in Pro Shifter.
crucial part of the magic that's taken AJ Myers to multiple national championships? Check out Greyhound Racing Seats and their full catalog of options, from their R1 and R1 Extra soft seats for high grip conditions, their Viper medium seat for medium grip, and the RS2 stiff seat for low grip conditions. It's time to win. It's time to see why Greyhound makes the difference. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
Back to the Florida Winter Tour. Ron John Ebersol here along with Xander Clements. And what a day. Finally, after that long day yesterday and all the practice, and finally get to do some racing. Great day too. Safe, really, few incidences, but nonetheless, not as bad as some of them I've seen in the past. Some interesting results. But more than anything, Florida Winter Tour 2023 is on, baby.
Yeah, we are underway officially.
Saturday and Sunday are going to be a fun time.
Yeah, Saturday and Sunday will be good. Tomorrow will definitely be unpredictable with the weather.
Exactly.
We know the rain is forecasted, and it doesn't seem like it'll be a matter of if, much more a matter of when the wet weather does work its way on down through the crowd area. That was a good shot over there of a little bit of post-race refreshments and hanging out. There's more Van Tuck. There is Dominic Lebrecq over with PSL Karting. Cool picture for those guys there. Everybody hanging here at the end of the day. And at the same time, let's go ahead and send it down trackside to Alexander Searle. He's caught up with our Heat 1 winner, AJ Myers. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, and I'm here with AJ Myers. AJ, got the Heat 1 victory, but wasn't very easy. Marion obviously putting the pressure on at the end of that race. Walk me through the race.
Had a great start. I was hoping to get the whole shot, and it's really tough to pass here. My car was great early on. I feel like I pulled him maybe slightly. After halfway, I noticed he was catching back up, and I just had to hang on in the end. I knew coming into this week it's going to be me versus Marion, and it's going to be mano to the end, and we're going to give it our all. I got to work on that long run pace.
Yeah, you speak of that long run pace. What was it that you're lacking? Tire pressures, kart setup, or is it just you?
It's probably just tire pressure. You never know in parking lots and different tires, and we're just working through some setups, and we'll get it.
All right, yeah. AJ Myers, everybody, your Heat 1 winner in the ROK Shifter category. Back to you boys in the booth.
Thanks, Alex. Here again, that's AJ Myers. So we'll go take a look here at the sunny Tropicana Field, and while we swap out one, we'll bring in another. Marion Kremers, the other half of the mano-a-mano battle against AJ Myers, is down here with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Here with Marion Kremers. Marion, you showed incredible pace that whole race. Obviously, AJ got the whole shot on you, but you brought it back, and it made it a really exciting race there. Walk me through it.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be important. Whoever got the whole shot basically would win the race. My start initially was really good, but then just after I pulled second gear, I had a bit of wheel spin, and AJ was able to slot over. First couple laps were a little bit difficult. Maybe I was a little bit low on pressures, but I think mainly just starting on the inside, getting my tires dirty. So yeah, maybe something to look at for tomorrow. Maybe I'll swap. Maybe I'll stay on the inside. We'll see as well what the rain brings, what the weather does. But in the end, the pace was really good. I think I was stronger than AJ, especially over the long run towards the end. He was sliding around a little bit. It was difficult to gauge the gap because we drive very differently. He's a little bit slower in, faster out, where I'm really just firing it into the corners, it seems like. So yeah, it was a little bit difficult of a race, but we'll figure it out tomorrow.
Yeah, and obviously, geez, I lost my question. I'm so sorry. Just talk to me. How important is that whole shot?
Oh, it's everything. On this track, it's very difficult to overtake. You really have to have a base advantage to be able to get next to somebody. AJ was defending the last couple of laps and just left me no space at all to go. Only way to go around it was around the outside, and yeah, you don't do that on this track because offline is just so dirty. So yeah, good job by AJ. I'll make sure to get a better start tomorrow, and then maybe it's the role reversal.
Awesome, yeah. Marion Kremers, everybody. Second place finisher in the first seat of ROK Shifter. Back to you boys in the booth.
Thanks, Alex. And that'll close out our afternoon here. Beautiful day in sunny St. Petersburg. A gorgeous start to the 2023 Florida Winter Tour. And the second weekend of the Pro National Tour rolls on. We're live back tomorrow, first thing in the morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific here. Myself, Xander Clements, alongside Ron John Eversole and the ROK Cup USA team, and over quite a few race teams, drivers, families, friends, and spectators here from the home of the Tampa Bay Rays Stadium to all around the world. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. We'll see you in the morning.